Okay. This is Tanya Pearson interviewing Julie Cafritz in Florence, Massachusetts on January 22nd, 2015 for the Women of Rock Oral History Collection at Smith College. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Tanya.
My last and my first batch of interviews. My last and my favorite. I tell everyone, I think to sum up the interview, Julie, this is your life. So because I want to start at we start at childhood.
Okay.
So just if you could talk a little bit about where you grew up, parents, siblings, your general childhood experience.
I grew up in Washington, D.C. I was born in 1965 in D.C. and my parents were liberal Jews who only made the mistake of marrying other liberal Jews when they married each other and never made that mistake again. But my father was a wealthy real estate magnate from a wealthy real estate magnate family. So his father had made a huge fortune and was very involved in DC and so I grew up in incredible, ridiculous privilege. But that having been said, my parents were incredibly down to earth. Everything was, very much neither one of them identified as Jewish. They were both probably pretty anti-Semitic, still are. We all are, unfortunately. So
I didn't know that.
It's a current that runs through the family. But my father's father was very proudly Jewish and very proud of the community that made him successful. So he was a total rags to riches story. So my father was second generation, and so but still a really hard worker. And I was third generation, and although these generations were fairly quick, money builds up and then immediately I was just meant to spend or something. And my father was always like, I'm not giving you money.
Yeah.
And so we knew but we were armed with the idea that we had the freedom to sort of become anything we wanted, and we could get as much education as we wanted, and we were expected to do interesting things, not necessarily great things or professional things, but just as long as we were interesting, essentially, was, I think, what my parents, if they didn't explicitly say that, that was sort of the message that we got. So my family was completely insane, very passionate. I had 3 older brothers who were significantly older from my mother's first marriage, who my father adopted. And they were drug-fueled hippie geniuses. And but I worshipped them, but I was horrified by their girlfriends, by the smell of garlic and pot that trailed behind them at all times. Just their very hippie-ishness didn't sit well.
So you didn't like hippies even when you were younger?
No. And so I was somebody who would walk into a room and see my brother and their friends, and they were clearly totally stoned, and I would just look, and they were so wild. My 2 oldest brothers were sort of trying to style themselves like Mick Jagger in performance, and their friends were just assorted, weird, drug crazed transvestite, dandies and stuff like that, and so I would just walk into a room at 4 or 5 and just be like, oh my God, these people are crazy.
Wait, how old were you?
I was 5.
Oh, you were that young?
Yeah,
okay.
My oldest brother was 14 years older than me.
Okay.
So he was 19 at the time. Right. And so I would just be like, "Ay, Dios mío, este gente," meaning like, "Oh my God, these people," like just completely dismissive. And they like all the people of their generation listened to a lot of music. My family was a total Rolling Stones family.
Oh, okay.
So we owned Beatles records, and I think my father was sort of into the Beatles, but I was under the impression from an early age that you had to pick a side.
Oh, yeah.
That like it was Rolling Stones or Beatles, and my mother, who was very cool, was just like, the Rolling Stones are 1,000 times cooler than the Beatles, and so, but lots of music in the house, and I fucking hated it. I liked the Stones, but I hated the third oldest of my, in other words, the youngest of my 3 older brothers, Matty. He loved guitar gods. He loved Jimi Hendrix. He loved Jeff Beck. Just awful, what I consider just awful nightmares. And we had a stereo in a closet, and but then there were speakers that were sort of piped everywhere. And when my parents were out, he would turn the stereo up really so loud that like plates on the wall would be shaking. And me and my sister, and I have this really strong memory of just like my sister Daisy and I, and like 2 or 3 maids taking brooms and trying to hit him out of the closet, and him just turning it louder. So I sort of quickly developed an aversion to even just the sound of an electric guitar. So I said this in context because that was sort of the backdrop of music as a child. Was this thing that was valued, but that I really didn't like. And I had, like I would say that my stomach would get really nervous as soon as there was a sound of a guitar. My stomach would get really nervous.
Any guitar, not just like the guitar god, lead guitar.
I just couldn't separate. I couldn't separate. So I was just like, it became sort of any guitar, and I didn't even want like the like Exile on Main Street, which, and I'm trying to think of like the 70s, the early 70s Stones records that he would have been playing. Whatever they were, it all made my skin crawl. And I would like develop incredible insomnia. Like they would just make me so nervous. And so it's just like all I had to hear was a little bit. I wouldn't allow the radio on when we were in the car. And it wasn't until disco happened. And I was just like, there was no guitar in it there, or nothing that I recognized as that kind of guitar. So of course most disco songs actually did have guitar, but there was so much else going on that I didn't notice the guitar. And growing up in DC, there's so many great black radio stations, and so when they went away from like funk, like Parliament and Isley Brothers, which my brother had loved as well, which I couldn't stand. Again, more guitar.
Slap bass.
Yeah, slap bass. But when it started, like when it muted and morphed into sort of Stevie Wonder and Earth, Wind and Fire, I think like one of my first musical crushes was on Earth, Wind and Fire. Loved all those songs, and so that was like. So then I started listening to the radio, basically, but I would only listen to that kind of music, and I wouldn't, and it sort of had to be like uplifting.
That's so weird.
It had to be uplifting. We talked about this before. It had to be uplifting, it had to be upbeat, it had to be cheery, like it had to have all these things that pushed completely different buttons in me. And so even something that was even vaguely sort of tinged with melancholy was a no-go area for me. And I think I was like, I think I was a fairly, I was an incredibly uptight child. So again, I think that my brothers brought a certain amount of chaos into the house. Yeah. And I was somebody who really wanted lots of order. Yeah. Which is why my house is very orderly and sort of sparse, because that was just like, I developed that personality very, very early on. I was incredibly rigid. Mm. I didn't like it when people lost control. My mother sort of had a wild temper. My father didn't have any, but my mother did. And all these people I was so attracted to because they had huge personalities, but they wildly fluctuated. And that was, to me, like, it wasn't that I wasn't somebody who was uptight in a way that I controlled what came out of my mouth. Yeah. Everything that came out of my mouth was probably totally crazy and insane and irrational. But in fact, I felt very constrained, like I was constraining myself in this sea of barbarians or something. But that wasn't really true. But it was what was sort of at the core of my being. I went to a really liberal school in D.C., groovy private school, if there can be such a thing. Although not the
Duke Ellington, was it, or was that?
No, that was something that my later stepmother, my first stepmother, my father's second wife started. Started the Duke Ellington School, which was a school for the performing arts in D.C., a public high school. But no, this was called Georgetown Day. Okay. And in fact, very illustrious punk rock history, because in my class from kindergarten through 6th grade, I left after 6th grade, was Brian Baker from Minor Threat, and Guy Picciotti from Rites of Spring and Fugazi. And so we were all in the same class, same grade. Brian always played guitar. Mm. He wore little John Lennon glasses, and he played guitar. And actually gave me my first, like, vaguely sexual experience, which I didn't allow to be a sexual experience.
Sounds awesome.
We were like in 6th, this was a good example of my personality. In 6th grade, end of 6th grade, my best friend throws a party. They're playing like 3 minutes in the closet. Yeah. Our names are in a hat. I scrupulously steal my name out of the hat and like throw it underneath the chair or something, and crumple it up and throw it underneath the chair, because I want no part of it. So my friends have started, like, ever since 4th grade, there were some people who were making out, and I was like, I did not approve at all. And so I was like, we shouldn't be playing these games. Like, what? Where's the scavenger hunt? And then when they started playing that game, I was just like, I mean, I should have been Catholic, because my whole taste was just like, sinners, you're going to hell for playing that game. So I hid my name, but somebody found it and was just like, put it back in the hat. And so then eventually my name gets called, and I'm taken completely unawares because I thought I'd gotten rid of my name. And I'm put in a closet, which is actually sort of a utility bathroom, with Brian Baker. And I'm just like, this isn't happening. I don't even like being in this room with you so in such a small way. And you know, time ticks, and he's getting angry at me, and I'm like glaring at him, and finally he's like, well, we have to kiss. And I'm just like, no, we don't. And he's like, yes, we do. You have to kiss me right now because time is running out. And that's the game, Julie. And so he leans in to kiss me, and I grab what is a filthy sponge off the sink that's right there. And just as he's leaning to kiss me, I put the sponge in front of my mouth. And so he kisses this dirty utility sponge, and he's pissed, and he comes out of the closet and, you know, starts yelling about me not playing the game. And
oh, that's mean.
Rips up my name in a very showy way, and I'm like, well, I didn't want to play, and I had tried to hide my name. You know, good, it's ripped up. I won't have to be called again. I just wanted everybody to stop, and I think I called my mom and said, "Come pick me up." But I was somebody who was incredibly straight-laced. So I just wanted to. I don't know why I was just like, I just want to do well in school. Now I'm a professional procrastinator, but I love school, and it's very important for me to do well. But it's also, it's not in my constitution to do things in advance, to give myself time. So I was somebody who was always looked as if they were working hard, because I always work at the last minute, which is still how I do things. And that way I never had to actually test whether I was giving myself my best or not. Yeah. Because I was never giving my best, because I was always doing it at the last minute. But it meant that I was in a constant state of sort of heightened anxiety.
I was going to say, you must have just been really anxious.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah. And so I think I developed insomnia when I was in 5th grade, and I don't think I started sleeping until I was 32 years old and had my child. And so I go into high school, all girls school, crazy freshman year where my headmistress kills the Scarsdale diet doctor, murders him while we're on the first day of spring break. Our headmistress, Jean Harris. So I sort of leave this liberal school. I end up at a very conservative, waspy middle school where people treat me like shit. I'm like one of 2 Jewish girls in the class, and I'm new. And I really think of it as Jewish, but I think it probably was as much about being just sort of new and other. And it had a reputation of being a really good school. And they had asked me, because my school did not have a reputation of being a really good school. Although, of course, it was just like filled to the brim with incredibly smart kids of like groovy liberals or something. And, Eleanor. Eleanor. So they forced me to like do some tutoring in the summer before I entered the school, because they considered me to be underprepared for the task of doing the work of that school. And of course what happened is, after like 4 weeks of math tutoring, and I've never been particularly good at math, I came into that school. I was so much better at everything than anybody there, including math, which I'd never been good at, because they had over-prepared me, and I was fucking miserable. So I'm miserable. Nobody will learn my name. And I eventually developed some very strong friendships and took them to high school with me, but just with like 2 or 3 people, not with the vast majority. And I had been, it wasn't like we had a Georgetown Day, GDS wasn't a type of school where you had like cliques or necessarily popular people or whatever. So my sense of things was that I was an wildly popular person. Because in a vacuum where that doesn't really exist, sort of everybody can feel that. And I was always so sort of expressive and talkative, and people found me silly and interesting, and I had a lot of friends, and so I just was like, I'm this incredibly dynamic, friendly person, and I come to this school and I'm just totally shut down. And to boot, the fact that the school wasn't that interesting, and that so many of the kids were, just like lacked any kind of critical thinking skills and really had nothing interesting to say. Yeah. The fact that I was being shut down by people that I thought were just total dummies was incredibly brutal. And so my 7th grade year, I spent a lot of time not going to school, faking sick, I never felt behind because I was so far ahead that I couldn't fall behind. And then I came back in 8th grade and I was just like, these people just, they're not allowed to not know my name. There was another girl who had come in that year and her name was Jody Goldfarb, and she was, she had blonde hair and blue eyes and, you know, a very pretty German Jew girl with like the world's largest nose to distinguish her as German Jew, and you know, and I think she wore like whatever the little symbol is around her neck, and Jody Goldfarb, who was from an actually like, you know, Reformed Jewish household or something. I was just like, ew, Jody Goldfarb, so Jewish. And everybody kept calling me Jody. And I was just like, fuck you. Like, so I was put in this box with Jody. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't identify with her at all. I mean, by this time my mother had married this guy, Locke Phillips, who was a director of a museum, who his family founded, who was like was WASP perfection. Yeah. And my father's second wife was this woman, Peggy Cooper, who was also involved sort of in DC in the arts, but more from the performing point of view, and founded this high school. She was black and Catholic, and so and my stepfather like belonged to the world's waspiest, most conservative country club, which was completely restricted. Yeah. And in fact, we can proudly say this, which is that I think now they allow Jews and black people, but they certainly did not allow them back then. And so we'd go and take like tennis lessons there. And I remember a girl saying to me, like pointedly, like, "Are you Jewish?" And me going like, yes. And we were like in the locker room changing for the swimming pool. And she said, well, and I said, well, why do you ask and how do you know? And she's like, well, look at your feet. And I was like, what? And she goes, see your second toe. Your second toe is shorter than your big toe.
That's supposed to mean you're Jewish?
This was according to her.
Mine is. And I'm not Jewish.
She was like, and I think it's just like some sort of Mediterranean. Yeah. She goes, but look around, all of our second toes are longer than our big toe. And sure enough, I sort of looked around the lawn. They all put out their feet. And I was like, wow. Now, of course, it had been, I'm sure that she had been told, her observation was not incorrect. In that locker room, my toe was the only toe short, was the Jewish short toe. But I'm sure she had been told by her parents that, ew. Yeah. And nobody in that club had even made the mistake of marrying a Jew before. So not only were Jews not allowed to join, there were no Jews. And so, I'll get my thought in a second. So, you know, so I had this thing where, so they actually changed the bylaws, which were like at 18 you were allowed to be, or 21, you automatically were offered a membership. You, I mean, you'd have to pay a huge amount, but you were offered. And they changed the bylaws of that, where every child had to be voted in, so that they didn't have to, my brothers who were older, so that they did not have to allow my brothers to become members of the Chevy Chase Club. And so
that's what it was called?
Yeah, the Chevy Chase. And CCC. And all these kids at this 7th grade, they all belonged to the Chevy Chase Club. And I was just like, it was all like, I couldn't even distinguish between this horribly restrictive nightmare country club, which, by the way, my mother was just like a 70s smoking tennis player who just was just like somebody who was just like, they have the best clay courts. And I was just like, but we were dying because of these clay courts. And eventually they got rid of their membership. But for a while she was just like, oh, they run a tennis camp. You know, just go. Yeah. And she didn't really sort of take in how horrible it was for us because she had her own agenda. And then it was a similar type thing with the school. So my step brother and sister had gone to this school, and my mother was under the impression that it was a good school.
Oh, okay.
And then when I get there, they realize it's a bad school. So 8th grade, I come in, and still so much of my class just doesn't know my name. They're either not calling me anything, or they're calling me Jody, and I'm just like, well, fuck that, okay? Like, I can't deal with that. So I become, like, adversarial to basically 90% of the class. That year we have, in history class, lots of debates, and it's just bizarre, like, you know, that everything is the wrong side of the debate. So everybody's anti-abortion, anti-choice, and you know, everybody's pro-capital punishment, and I'm just like, oh my God, this is. So I become, you know, like the champion of the cause that nobody supports.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm gonna leave my mark. They'll know my name. They'll say Julie, that asshole. And that might be my last name, but they're not gonna say Jody, that asshole. And so that was my 7th grade. It was an incredibly formidable experience, because I think had I sort of stayed at GDS, which my parents didn't want me to stay at because the high school was like sort of had a reputation of being a stoner high school, and so and that was probably true, but it was an example of my parents not knowing who I was, because that would not have been a problem for me at all. They did not have to change my school in order for me to avoid that kind of pitfall. But they did, and I developed such a, you know, what was just a small strain, but a larger strain, core of self-loathing and then loathing for others.
That's when that started?
Yeah, that started at that point, you know, and this idea that you could be aggressive, that you could sort of shout down other people, that even if you were sort of collapsing on the inside, you could be a lioness on the outside. And I think I had been sort of a lion, but I wasn't aware of it in elementary school. But in 7th grade, it just, you know, I just was like a deer in headlights, to use another horrible animal metaphor, to mix my animal metaphors, but you know, I just was so freaked out and scared, you know, and then school was something that I had to then, instead of it just being a natural thing that I loved, it essentially became something I had to steel myself for, and a performance, you know. So I would take on any unpopular subject, and I would become the person who would voice that. And we had like Dr. Edward Teller, inventor of the H-bomb, came to speak, and he was just being, you know, for instance, that was a good example of, he was just like, you know, I mean, he was a genius, he wasn't, but it was just like the fantastic, you know, Dr. Teller, no critical thought put into that presentation whatsoever. So of course I'm just like, how do you like your, the development of your weapons into weapons of mass destruction that, you know, he's worked on the atom, but and he's an old man, and I was just like, and I think somebody said to me like, he's an old man, and I was just like, he was an old man when he invented it. He's not. This is the same mean, scared little guy who helped develop this technology out of, you know, a healthy fear of, you know, the Nazis. He should fucking talk about how he was perfectly willing to kill hundreds in order to defend himself. Like he's coming from a deep, dark place. He wasn't just a pure science person. He was somebody who was very motivated out of fear. Are we going to hear any of that shit? No. But so I'm like, and I get kicked out. And I'm just like, I'm arguing with them that like this is an institution of learning that they need to have other voices, that they don't just have to be presentational, and allow a man to come in and just monologue, that question, a Q&A involves people asking questions. They didn't want to hear it at all. So that was like, and these kids, there was like the only other kids who were sort of, there were some, my best friend Issa, she was cool. I had a friend Maria, she was cool. All of Ethel Kennedy's kids went so there's like 14, and all the Shrivers went there. So there were so many Kennedys. So they were the Democrats. They were the Democrats. But they didn't realize it. Like they were Democrats who had gone to this school the whole time. And it's just like, I remember being in this debate about choice, and Max Kennedy was on the other side of the debate. And I lost the debate because I said, they said like, I said something like, it's just like an egg. It's just like an egg, it's just, it's just a group of cells. Stop treating this like it's a human being who, by the way, you had no problem killing in our capital punishment debate. And he said something like, well, we don't eat fertilized eggs. We don't eat eggs that are going to be baby chicks. I was like, we do. We get our eggs from a farm. And they're like, chick killer, baby chick killer. And I was just like, and that's how I sort of lost the debate. And then I remember pulling him.
People's obsession with like baby things.
I know. I was totally on the wrong side of like the baby chicken. But I remember sort of hissing at him afterwards, like, do you know your family's politics? Because you guys are only Catholic in name, not in deed at all. And your family has probably single-handedly kept the abortion doctors of D.C. in business for the last 25 or 30 years. So you, my friend, need to stop arguing that side of the debate because your family is firmly on my side of the debate. And I was like, why don't you read something that one of your uncles or your father wrote? But that was like, then I like somehow by invoking his father, who of course was assassinated, that was like a low blow, right? I mean, I would still defend that comment now, but it was just like, then I went from like baby chick killer to character assassination. When in fact what I was saying was, your father has an illustrious political history and career and thought, and you're not keeping up on it. So then I'd go off to this girls' school. I wanted to avoid the world of mean boys completely. After the freshman year where the headmistress commits murder, things are relatively quiet the rest of the time. It's the 80s. I came in and I started high school. I was the class of 1983, so I started in 1979. Okay. The seniors, my freshman year, were the last of the 70s seniors. And we were the first of the 80s kids. And we were fucking straight. We were so...
all of you?
Well, not every... Like, there were a lot of Southern girls who liked to party, but in general, like, whatever was producing Ronald Reagan and that shit was also producing Julie Cafritz and, like, Ian Mackay and Brian... Like, the straight edge thing, where straight edge dovetails with say no to drugs.
Yeah.
like that irony was not lost on me. I think it was lost on Ian.
Yeah.
But it was not lost on me. But so the same sort of ethos of sort of seeing people in the 70s, seeing the ugly end of druggy hippie lifestyle and disco cocaine made you want to completely rebel against that. And the rebellion took the form of being aggressively straight. Like not wanting to drink, not wanting to do drugs.
Did it have to do with your brothers too, or was it?
Oh yeah, no, definitely it was all. I mean, I had that I had whatever was like being shown on television or something, whatever was the cartoon hippie. I had the real article in my house to rebel against, and so, you know, I very much sort of saw everything they were doing and decided I didn't want to do anything like that. But the fact was that was sort of a zeitgeist that was hitting the country, and it was not just a conservative backlash, because there were a lot of, like, it was just a social backlash against it, you know, and so I go off to this girls' school, and it's a great place for me to develop, because there were no boys, so I didn't have to silence myself at all. I had become sort of an outrageous person in class, and I couldn't lose. I didn't lose that. Yeah. Even once I was out of school where I didn't need that, I didn't. That had just become part of my personality, and so, you know, I wasn't. There were. I was somebody who was incredibly vocal, and I think a lot of people in my class would have thought, oh, Julie, I think they would have said I was funny and smart, and that would have sort of been how they described me. And, but I was never as smart as they thought I was, but I always presented myself as that smart. I could bullshit. I loved class discussion. I was dominating in class discussion. But there were quietly people around me who I knew were better students than me, more serious and just smarter. I mean, so I had this sense that I was like hot shit, but I also had a sense that there were other people who were more serious, and there was something about their rigor that I lacked. Yeah. And that I admired, but I couldn't replicate. But my whole sort of driving force in high school, besides sort of learning for education's sake, which was partly it, was to get into the best college I could get into. My parents had not put much pressure on me at all academically, and yet they had very high expectations. So it was sort of the worst of all combinations, because they don't really give you the tools, they don't monitor you, they just give you the expectation and sort of say, like, get from A to Z some way, but don't.
You just like knew what was expected of you?
Yeah, and I internalized it, and I was probably a lot harder on myself than they were. So, you know, I worked hard. I worked not hard enough, but I worked hard enough to drive myself nuts, which is just the worst of all worlds or whatever. But I guess pretty common. And I ended up getting into a college that I had wanted to go to, which was Brown. And so I show up freshman year at Brown, and I don't drink. I've never done any drugs. I had never drank, so it's not just like I didn't start drinking and then go like, I'm not going to drink. Nah, I never started drinking. I didn't do drugs. I didn't smoke. I had not had any sexual experience at all. Yeah. And so I was sort of a babe in the woods when I arrived in college, which is a terrible way to arrive at college. Just terrible. And the other thing is, like, you couple that with the idea, and I'm sure happens just even more than it did back then, which is just like that sort of the arms race to get into the best college. Mm-hmm. It used to be like, my father went to Yale. My father's smart, but he was from a family of a social class where you could just sort of decide where you were going to go. And so there was like an expectation that you would go to Yale or you would go to Harvard, depending on which one your family went to. But you didn't have to actually do much to fulfill that expectation. So there wasn't, that expectation was there, but there was no real pressure to try to fulfill that expectation. It was just going to be fulfilled by the nature of your social class, which is a bizarre system. Mm. By the time I'm applying, that's not true. It's still more true and still continues to be true, more true than it ever should be, but it wasn't like I could just say, okay, I'll go to Yale and expect them to roll out a red carpet for me. So I was involved in the same arms race to get into the college of my choice, and I think that concept became really serious in the 80s. Like my brothers in the 70s really hadn't been so involved in that, even though they were much smarter than me. Mm-hmm. I should mention that I had these older brothers who were legitimately 1,000 times smarter than me, and so I had a real model for what like true genius and true intellectual rigor was, and so I could tell that I was what I wasn't, and so even in their drug-fueled haze, they were just so smart.
Was Brown your first choice?
That was my first choice. That was my first choice, and then because I was a very strong student, but not without flaws. I remember the college advisor at my high school making me apply. Like I applied to 6 schools, and then he all of a sudden sort of said, like, well, you may not, you're not necessarily guaranteed to get into those, or any of those, so you should apply. I ended up applying to like 14 schools because he made me so nervous, which I think is what people do now. There was no Common App, so I was like writing. Because he put the fear of me, it was a completely unfounded fear, because I got into every school I applied to except Wesleyan, who they didn't like me. I would have loved that school too, but they didn't like me. I mean, as it turned out, I wasn't cut out to be going to college at all at that moment in my life. Mm. I get to college, and my purpose I didn't have purpose beyond getting into college. Like I knew the college existed as this huge concept of sort of like everything that was going to be interesting. My parents had taught me when I was young, although I never fully picked it up, but they had taught me how to play bridge because they were just like, when you get to college, everybody's going to be playing bridge.
When you go to college in 1947.
Yeah, but it was like I had this incredibly romantic vision of sort of sitting around tables, playing bridge and debating. I talking about literature and politics. And I get there and it's just like some fucking zoo. And I don't know what I'm doing. Like I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what my mission is. I very quickly get date raped. I think,
seriously?
Yeah. Within
you went to a party and
yeah.
I mean, were you like trying to socialize or something while not drinking and remaining straight-faced?
It's such a fucking ugly story in terms of like just my own stupidity and okay, so a good example of my kind of bravado, and I'll connect this time because although everything vaguely connects together. Okay. This is a giant sprawling mess, but it'll all connect. When I first got to Brown, I was like too cool for school, didn't want to go to like I arrived on campus and I didn't have a roommate.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a double, but my roommate didn't show up. And there were like, that year, kids were sleeping on couches because they had accepted too many people, and a record people had accepted those. But for some reason, I had a empty double.
Okay.
And so I didn't have a roommate, which meant I didn't have somebody to sort of automatically walk to like breakfast with and stuff like that for that first week, right? And I was actually shy and freaked out, but I didn't have that person. It turned out my person, Teresa Brown, was a hacker's joke, seeing if they could create a fake person in the housing system, which had just been computerized that year, which is why I didn't have a roommate.
Oh, it was a fake person.
It was a fake person. And I was just randomly assigned this fake person. But they didn't remedy it. And I should have asked for a roommate, but I didn't. Like, I was too nervous to even do that. I didn't know how to proceed, and I was trying to be cool. I was trying to be cool. So I didn't go to most of the orientation activities, and I just, like, hung out with some of these people who were, like, going to Newport and going to, like, surf and stuff like that. And so I was going off with a group of boys who were townies, but who were going to Brown, and who knew sort of all the back alleys of Providence and all of Rhode Island, Rhode Island, and not doing what I was supposed to be doing, which was paying attention and meeting people, and meeting the people in my dorm. But finally, I get nabbed at the end of the week by my RA, this very nice woman who was like a little dynamo from Altoona, Pennsylvania, who insisted that I go to this activity that was our dorms were connected to another, my dorm was connected to another dorm. So it was like a 2-dorm thing. We had to do this stupid, like, throw your shoe in the middle, and somebody's going to find your one shoe, and somebody's going to find your shoe, and you're going to exchange information with that person. Okay, so an interview.
Yeah.
So I get a very nice young guy who's a football player from like the Midwest, and he's telling me that he was like recruited and he's playing on the freshman team and stuff like that, and it blew my mind. I mean, I knew that the Ivy League had football rivalries that were deep, but just like I had not even noticed that Brown had any fraternities, it never occurred to me that they actually recruited people for football in any serious way. Like, I just thought, like, of course they're going to get some athlete scholars or something. And I'm sure the football players were smarter than your average football player, but not a lot smarter. And so, but I didn't realize, like, this is big money, big business. Like, I'd gone to a girls' school. What did I know? And so this football player's telling me this, and it's just like blowing my mind, and also simultaneously not sitting well with me that, like, this dude is getting in. Like, why would Brown give a shit about their football team? And I just say, it's not even Yale and Harvard. Like, there's not even a famous rivalry. Why would they even dignify the sort of Ivy League politics of sports or something? And I guess I was being naive about the money that program comes in. So this football player is interviewing me, and he asked me all of a sudden what my hobbies and what I'm going to do. And I told him, oh, well, and I still didn't quite get it. And I said, oh, I'm gonna try out for the freshman football team. And he's like, really? And I was like, yeah, really. I mean, I know you were recruited, but surely there is, like, walk on. They can't just, there must be tryouts, right? And he's like, I guess. And I was just like, well, of course there are. Of course there are. Not everybody on every team is recruited. So there must be people who come here and walk on. mean, I had zero information and
Yeah.
zero interest. I was smiling, and I was like, I think I was even shorter than I am now. So I'm all of 5'2.5" now. I think I was 5'1", and I'm just laughing, and I'm telling him I'm going to try out for the football team. And he's like, "You serious?" I'm like, "Totally." And I thought he was smiling and laughing too, because he thought it was fucking hilarious that I was going to try out for the football team. But I thought he understood that I wasn't. So anyway, he presents to this entire group. This is Julie. She's from DC, and she's planning on going out for freshman football. And I like make some look like yes, and think nothing of it. And I get 3 days later, I get a phone call, 7 a.m. This is Ron Brown from the Brown football team. And I'm just like, wait, my roommate, my fake roommate was Teresa Brown. Mm-hmm. I'm like, oh my God, this is the fake football. This is Ron Brown, the fake football coach. And it was like this incredibly attractive, very young first black football coach at Brown. He was very excited and very serious. And he said, I heard you have interest in the freshman football team. We'll see you here tomorrow at like 8 in the morning or something. Mm. And I'm like, oh my fucking God.
Jesus.
Like, what the fuck? And then I feel like, as usual, oh my God, I've made fun of these, this is not, somehow my little joke has turned into something that seems to be at the expense of other people, but clearly it's going to be at the expense of me, because I can't even run 50. I can't, with all the time in the world, I can't run 50 yards. I can't, constitutionally incapable of it. But I literally, I go out and buy sneakers. I don't think I brought sneakers. I buy sneakers and put on a tennis shorts on or something, and I show up at the field that next morning, and he's like, "Hi, you must be Julie. Good to meet you. Toby told me about you." That's the RA. I'm making the connection. Not the boy, but my RA. And he goes, "Here," and he hands me this official clipboard, and he goes, "Welcome to the Brown freshman football team. So glad that you volunteered to manage it."
Oh, not play, manage.
Not play.
Oh, okay.
Be the manager of the football team. Okay. Even less interesting to me than playing on the Brown football team was being the manager of the team.
Yeah.
Right? Keeping staff. I had never, football was of zero interest to me. But he was so serious and so, it was his first year. He was like a bright, shiny new penny. And I couldn't say, oh, this is some horrible joke. No, thank you.
Yeah.
So I was just oh my God. I'm okay, and it's like being a maid for the football team. It's lining up the football helmets on the on the bench.
I can't believe you did that.
Pull water, do this stuff, which makes me well known to football players.
Okay.
I get to know a couple of them who are very sweet, including the dude who'd been in the dorm. But the rest of them, they're fucking date rapist pigs. They're awful, awful people. People I had no, and I'm just doing it. And I'm I don't even know, I'm supposed to write down stats. That's the interesting part of the job. Is do you watch the games? Do you write down these stats? I have no idea what these people, that's a catch, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's just no, who caught it? What was their position? What kind of play? And I'm just oh my God, I'm so out of my depths. And because I'm so out of my depths, and it turns out Toby, the other RA, she's the manager she's the RA, is the manager of the actual varsity football team. And so she had heard me at that meeting, and she had told Coach Brown that I wanted to be, she had heard it not as a joke, but also not as the football team, but just as a manager. And so she had told him that. But it became very obvious to most people that I had no idea what the game, like I was just like, is that a foul? I didn't know. And so clearly my only purpose for being there is to screw football players.
Oh.
Right?
In reality, it was just like a joke that went
wrong. And I mean, the fact is that I'm an uptight goody. And like, I just couldn't, like, so I have this outrageous bravado, but then at the core of me, it's just like, okay, sir, I'll write this down, you know. And I had no interest. I didn't want to be doing it, but I plastered a smile on my face. I wasn't going to let this coach down. But I was just like a cross for me to bear or something. It had nothing to do with who I was. It didn't rule me outside of it. But it was lots of time. And these goons just assumed that I was there because I was interested in football players. Who, of course, I literally, if I had to pick men that I was least attracted to in the world, it would be those men. But you know, they were just unremitting in terms of their like hitting on you, their foul jokes. They like inviting me to parties. I wouldn't go to the parties. But it still just became a thing where like I must be slutty because I'm the freshman football manager. So just so awful. And so, you know, eventually I'm attending a party that a lot of people are attending, and you know, and a football player who's totally drunk ends up. All of the doors were connected by tunnels, coming up through a tunnel, coming to my unlocked room, and it's just like a total drag. So this happened very quickly. And I'd had my first drink so I had my first drink alcohol that night, and my first, you know, intercourse that night.
That's how you lost your virginity?
That's how I lost my virginity. Awesome. And, but again, I just sort of felt like I could power through it. Like I just like, but my body began to rebel.
Yeah.
And I had, and so by like the end of October, so that's September, October, towards the end of October, I have an emergency appendicitis. And I have my appendix out. And I mean, I think it was only there to get me off that football team. Like my body, I don't think. I was still managing. Yes, because I could.
Are you a people pleaser?
Oh my God.
I didn't know that, but because you have this reputation as being.
No.
Yeah, man, you're a people pleaser.
I'm a people pleaser. I'm such a goody.
Yeah.
And I always want to make things easier for other people.
Oh, okay.
And so even though that had all happened, I couldn't possibly tell him. I couldn't also let down. I still was being nice to the coach, you know, and I just was like, and it all became uglier after that. It all became uglier because that dude was a, you know, bragger. It turned out he was, of course, a hideous serial date raper. And I say date rapist. I don't know. I should just say rapist because there was no date involved. It was plain old-fashioned rapist. Because I didn't even, like, he just came into my room. So I knew him to know him by sight. I didn't even know his name at that point. And I had not, it wasn't like I was flirting with him. he was just some dude who randomly was vaguely in my orbit because of this bizarre orbit I put myself in. So I have my appendix out, and then I get to call Coach Brown, who has, and ironically, it's like the football player, the surgeon on duty is like the doctor who usually is like an orthopedic surgeon or something, and does a lot of knees for the football players, and he does my appendix, and it's like the worst appendix scar in the world. It's just like a terrible scar where it's really high up, it doesn't it's like here, and it looks as if it has football laces, and I'm just like, oh, fuck you. But I get this, incredibly sweet note signed by all the football players, and I'm just like, oh my God, burn this fucking thing, And I call him, and he's like, well, we'll take you back in any capacity. You could just sit and watch. We'll treat you like a queen. And I'm like, no, it's done. It's over. I can't do any of it. I can't even walk that far, Coach Brown. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to let you down, but I can't do it. And I don't realize, like, it's just, again, my body just sort of going like, okay, you cannot do this. We're going to throw some sort of wrench in the works. And so this is sort of like how I'm starting my freshman year, which is just a bummer.
Yeah, it's just 2 months. That's your first 2 months and all that happened?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And I'm also realizing, like, I had thought I wanted to be pre-med. And I thought, like, I had some ridiculous vision of, like, the Renaissance man/woman who could, be a person of letters, but also a person of science. I never liked sciences, but I thought that was like, it was just, again, that's like went along with the bridge playing. I was like, so I'll be, because medical schools had this propaganda at that very moment, and Brown was one of the leading ones with this propaganda, which was that we're trying to get people who would normally go to the humanities into medicine because we're trying to change the face of med school and sort of make doctors. And I talked to somebody from the Brown medical school, and I was just like, and I had seduced them with this idea that, like, patients, like, that's just a narrative, a pain narrative. And I knew, because something I forgot to mention was that I was in a serious car accident my junior year, and I think end of my sophomore year, or beginning of junior year of high school, and I ended up in a neck brace.
College.
No, that was high school. Okay. And so, and that's a backdrop to all of this too, because it puts me in a sort of chronic pain situation. So I hurt my neck, and I come to Brown with my neck also killing me, which was like one of the many reasons I couldn't have, like, the football thing was just ridiculous. But so I'm just like, I talk about how, so I have a narrative for my own pain, and if doctors were, decoders of literature and history, they would be able to understand their patients better. And they love that. They love that fucking line. That medical school is just like, that sounds awesome. That's exactly what we're looking for. And then I take one of the pre-med classes, and it is just like stupefyingly awful. Yeah. It's a huge lecture course. Most of my courses were small seminars. It's horrible. It's like biology or science. Like, it's some science that I don't want to be studying. And by the way, it's a sea of the exact type of people who you would think would be in medical school. Yeah. So for all their jive, they had no interest in actually changing the look of med school. And so it becomes, it would take another year, but that vaguely becomes my sort of driving force. Now I'm taking nothing but, because Brown doesn't have requirements, I'm taking nothing basically but, English and history and classics courses. But I'm like, how can I work these pre-med requirements in? Oh, I'll do them in the summers because I can't waste my time here.
Okay.
Doing that stuff. And so so I'm basically just taking the types of courses I love, but I have this vague goal in mind. It becomes my driving force. I need some way to get through. So that becomes some vague goal, is to like, I'll become a doctor.
Mm.
Why? I don't know why. At some point, so in between my freshman and sophomore year, I go to summer school and start taking 2 chemistry courses that I need. And it's terrible. And I have an amazing summer. I did it at Harvard Summer School, and I meet this guy who's a classical trained pianist who had just graduated from Princeton, and he had spent 3 or 4 years in a conservatory, but he had been seduced by the exact same jive. So he was in the same chemistry class, and we were both going like, oh my God, this is so awful. And we actually managed to finish the courses, but then we both say, like, he's like, I'm going, like I'm there was nothing romantic between us, although he was gorgeous and smart, and I'm still in love with him. But he was, I'm in love with many people. I'm in love with many people. But he, we both realized, like, we can't go to medical school. And we end up, like, he ends up, and his fiancée is from, like, a famous line of doctors, and all of a sudden he like goes back to her and is like, I can't leave classical music, I can't do medical school, it's just too awful. And I'm like, I can't do medical school, it's just too awful. And so I arrived at sophomore year without that vague goal, and still with a lot of sort of hideous anxiety, which I'm refusing to acknowledge, just as the constant hangover to getting there. I don't drink again, by the way, after that. So I don't drink. So it's like, okay, so you get drunk once, you get screwed over literally, and then it's like you go back to your no drinking policy. So I'm not having fun. I'm there. I'm incredibly anxious. I'm not partying like college students. I'm making lots of friends, but it's all very superficial because I have to keep things superficial. At some point, so I know all these different groups of people because I'm social, and so I know, and my friend Sheila Mucho, who had gone to high school with me, she had always been sort of a punk rocker. I had never really been a punk rocker, so in high school I start listening to like the new, go from disco to new wave, which was a natural transition, right? And then there's this really great alternative, which starts off as a college station, but then just turns into just a sort of a alternative radio station before that format existed, playing lots of things like The Cure and Depeche Mode and Aunt Susie, all sort of gothy and English stuff. And I started listening to that a lot towards the end of my high school. But there are girls who are going to punk rock shows, and I'm distinctly not. And Sheila's one of them. And Sheila also goes to Brown. And Sheila is doing art while she's, like, that's her major is art. And Sheila comes over to my freshman dorm one day, and she's got this boy who she really likes in tow. And I think she's, like, I can't tell whether they're going out or not, because they were so weird together. But clearly she has a huge crush on him. But he comes into my room, and he's dressed head to toe in black, and he's got his head down, and a miserable fucking look on his face, like he's so unhappy. to be there. I eventually realized that that's just his natural demeanor, as opposed to being upset that he's in my room and that she was leading him in, right?
Personally.
I took it personally. I took everything personally, so I was just like, what an asshole. Why is he, you know, like, but he doesn't say a fucking word.
Okay.
And at some point, and so Sheila introduces him, and it's this kid, John Spencer, and she tells me that he's also doing art, and this was very early in freshman year that I meet him through Sheila, and so he goes on my radar as somebody who's interesting but a miserable asshole.
Yeah.
And he's in my room and he's looking through all my records, and I had gone to Boston and gone to do Mary Comics, and I think I had like some things like Thomas Dolby he pulled out. I'm very blinded me by science or whatever, which I loved. But I had also gone to this, you know, I'd gone to like not Newberry Comics, the other cooler record store in Boston, with a friend of mine, and I bought things like The Flying Lizards and Pylon, and, you know, I had the normal like REM, whatever, Murmur or something, but there were a couple of records, and I had this record, Fad Gadget, Collapsing New People, which we might have to stop and sing, but
I know I saw somebody.
But he starts looking through my records, and I can see the ones he's pulling, and it's sort of ones that if they have any kind of sort of industrial noise sound, he's attracted to them. I'm complaining because I had decorated every inch of my room, but on one whole wall, yet another thing that was just like a total bummer to me was that there was a huge mirror with a couple in silhouette on a beach.
You put it there?
No, it was there, and you couldn't get it off. And like there were so many rules about like what you could put on your walls or not. But this had been like literally like super glued onto the wall. So, you know, and I tried covering it with a poster, but that actually looked even worse. And so in this room that was just like head to toe, my like just zany stuff, there was this horrible 70s silhouette. Maybe the person put it up there, ironically. I didn't get the feeling it was. I think it had been there since like, you know, 74 or something. And it was right across from my bed, and it bummed me out, you know. And so, and John's silently going through my records, then he starts going through my closet. And he sort of quickly does these things, and then he wants to leave. He sort of, and he just sort of takes Sheila by the hand and sort of starts to lead her to the door. And I'm like, wait a second. You know, and she's like trying to curry favors, so she's like, I guess we gotta go. But I was like talking to her, and I was just like, oh, no, you don't have to go. You don't have to go. Like, stay. And he's like pulling on her, and I'm like, oh. And then I pull her, and like by the other arm. And I said, now you can go, asshole, but she's staying. But he doesn't. So he's still sort of trying to pull her away, and she's still trying to follow him, and I'm like holding on to her. And I just come around him, and I like put him in like a half Nelson, and he crumples to the ground. Like as soon as I touch him, he doesn't put up any resistance. And so now I'm sort of like sitting casually with John at my sort of at my feet in a slight half Nelson while I'm talking to Sheila. And I mentioned this mirror and how much I hate it. And finally I'm like, you know, I've exhausted myself with discussion, and I let him go, and he walks into my closet, which he's already been in, and he grabs a tennis racket, and he turns to Sheila and says, you know, does she want it down? And I was like, and I didn't really know what he was doing, and I was like, and she and I was like, yes, I do want that mirror down. And then he goes, he takes my tennis racket and he starts hitting the mirror with the, breaking this hideous thing. And I was like, not that way. I could have done that, but he doesn't. And then I like make him sit down again. I make him sit down while she cleans up the mess. And I'm just like, so that's my introduction to Spencer. But and it's not a particularly pleasant exchange.
Yeah, it doesn't sound pleasant.
But I will say this. I understood, he was so, like, underneath all his miserable, he was literally reeking of adorable.
Yeah.
So because he had big red cheeks, and he's just gorgeous, gorgeous boy. And I was just like, okay, I understand why you're chasing after this gorgeous boy. And I just realized, like, John, so Sheila hangs out in the art studio, which means I hang out in the art studio, and John's doing, like, really big, paintings. They're very aggressive, like, they're, does he do swastikas? I think he does some version of that with the cross versus, playing with all this sort of very negative imagery, lots of black, white, and red, like any industrial band would use or whatever. But it's all, he was very talented, so it all really looked amazing. But it was all, there's so much shock value, and everybody would, so his critiques, everybody would be like, ugh.
Yeah.
And he became quickly very obvious that John was somebody who was incredibly interesting, and who was artistic, like very serious artistic young man or something, who had some kind of star quality to him, even though he was very much like, didn't seemingly want that kind of attention, even though he was doing so much stuff to shock. So I think that it's just one of those typical push me, pull, he had this burning desire to sort of, to shock and to sort of do this really big idea, angry art, but at the same time, he was really, like all of us, sort of a damaged person who didn't want much attention. But boy, did he get it. Boy, did he get it.
Even with his art?
With his art, and he was doing these movies, and he was in the semiotics department, which I thought was sort of like a bullshit department, because they wrote these papers that were ridiculous. Even the format of the semiotics papers, they didn't have any margins, and you started at the very top, and they had like symbols for a new paragraph or a change in idea or something. And they had this what a bullshit thing that is, but he was doing art and he was doing films, and both things were really exciting, and his films, the thing about his films is, amazing fucking soundtracks and just amazing, just sound design. So he's using a lot of Test Apartment and Neubauten and industrial noise in it, probably some Fetus, but it's all, and then I don't know, Nazis marching. He's not cutting that in, but just the sound of marching, and then him probably clanging metal, and him just pushing the volume, redlining the mic in certain areas, and they're again very dark, disturbing, but really cool films, right? And so I'm like, that boy, is a really interesting boy, despite himself.
Yeah.
Wow, this is long, right? Meanwhile, sophomore year begins. I decided I have an interest in teaching. So that was always sort of there as well as becoming a doctor. I was going to be a teacher, and so I start teaching at this sort of bilingual alternative high school, and in the meantime, I'm getting sort of more into music, and I think, and Sheila, John's girlfriend, girlfriend.
Yeah.
As much as he would have a girlfriend, his girlfriend, and I are roommates, and so we got a house. We got this really cool, like, on-campus house that was a group of us applied. Guess what? Teresa Brown, the fictional roommate, still existed in the housing system, and she had an incredibly high lottery number.
Oh, yeah.
And so me and a group of people got to secure this house. We get sort of the best of both worlds, where Brown owns the house. We don't have to rent it, but we get, it's just our people in it. And so Sheila and I are roommates, and I start going to shows. I think I started going to shows maybe at the end of my freshman year. And then when I'm basically at summer school the whole summer, and I'm in Boston, I'm not really going to shows, but I am going to record stores and buying records and listening to a lot of music. And I had one insane roommate, but who had decent musical taste, and when she wasn't stealing the records I bought, she was playing some decent music, so my sort of musical horizons are expanding. And then I come back, and I sort of eventually get my first real boyfriend, who's 16 years old.
16?
16, yeah.
Oh.
So he's a townie, he's in a band.
Okay.
Bad band. Terrible band. But he likes to go to shows. So he shows, like, we go to Throwing Muses. We go to we see a lot of, like, Rhode Island and Boston bands. But, you know, I was, thought of myself as really mature. Was, of course, completely immature in so many ways. He was probably, like, an incredibly safe pick for me.
Yeah.
So it was like having had a horrible experience. I clearly picked, like, and he was 16, and he looked not a day over 15. I mean, he was not a mature looking. He was cool because he was in bands, and he hung out exclusively, basically, with people who were older than him. But his nickname was Pip, and I think he was like 5'4", and he was just tiny, and he was just a little thing, and in other words, like, as opposite from a football player as you can get, and so attractive to me as somebody who could be, like, I could dominate, would not dominate me at all, so I start going out with him, even though that's completely inappropriate and bad news, but I don't care. I don't care. And so through him and through all these people he knows, start going to a lot of shows and figuring out what I like and don't like. And figuring out that, like, a lot of the live music is just terrible.
Yeah.
And that people are like, that boys in town are spending all this energy creating bands, but they're really not. They're not serious. They're not doing it in any serious way. And I just think it's all sort of lame and sort of fun, but silly and sort of pathetic. And John had two bands at that point, and he had a band. He was in a band that played sort of 60s garage rock, just totally 60s garage, and nothing else, and which he was just the guitar player for, and which was fronted by somebody else, which was called Pussy Galore. And then he was sort of the leader of another band called Shit House with HAUS. And they were just pure industrial noise. And in fact, they just did things like did giant performances under like railroad bridges and weird places in Providence and set fires. And it was again very cool, but sort of very typical now. Oh, totally typical. You know,
It's kind of like what Providence is still.
Right. Right. And but he was always very serious about his stuff. And I don't think anybody else around him was quite as serious as he was, you know. But so one day so this is I think the end of my first semester sophomore year, and I'm getting ready to take a medical leave of absence because I'm going to go have my neck operation finally. I'm going to have this disc that was bothering me taken out. And I had been, the entire time I was at Brown, I'd been going to Boston once a month to have these horrible steroid shots in my neck, and nothing was really working. And so I had this excuse to sort of drop out and go do that. At that same time, that entire semester, I'm completely losing my mind. I'm back to really not, like, I always had trouble sleeping, but I'm sort of stopped sleeping, period. I have no interest in eating. My stomach is so freaked out that I don't want to eat. I had lose any sense of sort of time and date, and essentially in a nervous breakdown, but I don't realize it. And I don't think, because again, I think I was doing things that were sort of clearly self-destructive, and I think Sheila did realize what was going on, but I don't think anybody else did, because my basic demeanor remained unchanged, you know. But I started smoking. I went into a grocery store to buy some groceries to see if I could just get something like yogurt, something I could eat that would, you know, stay down or something. And but I was so spaced out that I got up to the register and I actually didn't have anything in my basket. So I'm at the register, and of course the woman's looking at me and what can I do for you, honey? And I look at my basket and I'm like, can I get a pack of Camels? And that's what my brothers had always smoked, and I was just and I sit down on a bench in front of the store and I smoke the entire pack. I just sit down on the bench and I smoke the entire pack, and then I get up and I go back in and I buy another pack. And I smoked that pack the rest of the day. So I smoked 2 packs. And within...
2 packs first day.
Yeah. And then within 2 months, I'm basically up to 4 packs. And I'm smoking these Camel on filters, which are killing me. And so I switched to Marlboro Reds because I can smoke more if I smoke them. And but it's all sort of indicative of just being off my rocker.
Yeah.
And the thing that really sort of caps the semester for me is that I was only taking 3 classes because I was going to Boston so much for these medical treatments. And I was taking 3 classes that I loved, and I was doing very well in them, even though I was losing my mind. And so towards the end of the semester, I just don't have any concept of time at that point. So I show up for my exams. I show up for all of them a week early. I'm taking them very seriously, and I'm all ready, and I keep showing up. I have the exam schedule in front of me. And so I keep showing up in halls to take exams that aren't being given. And then I, go to the teacher because I'm frantically what the hell? Where's the exam? And they're like, it's next week, Julie. And so they sort of have a little window of, and then And then I end up the following week just missing them. Like I did, so I go early, and then when it comes to the week that they actually are, I've got all the times wrong in my head. And I don't look at that piece of paper. I'm just like, I keep looking at it, probably seeing the correct information and translating it incorrectly in my brain. And each time I missed these 3 exams, and each time I frantically run to because I come at a different time and they're not there. And I frantically run to the professor. And the professor, by that point, clearly knows something's going on. And they're just like, 2 of them were like, just sit down and do it right now here. Like, it's no problem. Calm down, sit down, do it. We know you're ready. You showed up in a week early, right? And so, just sit down, do it. I can barely concentrate, but I do them in lightning speed. And one, my classics professor, he's just like, Julie, you don't need to do it. You've got an A. You don't need to do this exam. You don't need to do that. And I was like, no, I've got to do this exam. And he's like, no, you really don't have to do this exam. And I was like, give me the exam. He goes, I'll give you the exam, but you need to, you can just mail it to me whenever you want, And I was like, okay, I'm going to mail that exam. Of course, I never did that exam. But, so, I was just like, I end up doing fine. I end up getting these A's. But I am so thrown off my game. And like, to me, it's just like, oh my God, I'm totally losing my mind. Because that just doesn't even begin to make any sense. I don't know how I messed all that up. And I'm really mad at my teachers for don't give me the A. I fucked up. Like, I didn't come. Don't give me that exam. Like, I don't even want to take your exam, essentially. But again, they were like, sit down and take the exam. Of course, I'm like, okay, I'll sit down and take the exam. But I felt as if they were making allowances. I also, in my, sleeping, I'd started writing a lot. And I'd written a little novella. I had written one sprawling series of essays. And by sprawling, I mean it was probably 700 pages worth of essays. And I was like, and I called it The New Bible. And it was,
you named it?
Yeah, by J.C. It was so stupid. So stupid. It was my thoughts and feelings and ideas about everything under the sun. And here I was, somebody who was basically had not done anything in her life. But I was pontificating on everything under the sun.
Yeah.
And then the novella was something like 96 pages, and I just sort of ended it because I realized I didn't want to be writing it. But it was a fiction, sort of vaguely cloaked version of my family. And the only thing I did that really significantly veered from the truth was to make my mother a monster, literally. And she was, and everybody sort of was a different version of themselves, but way too recognizable. Mm-hmm. But one of my English teacher, who I had been was taking a Hemingway, Faulkner, Fitzgerald class from him. And this was how crazy I was. I wasn't even realizing. I was basically dressing in Howard Johnson's colors. It was either in a teal skirt and an orange sweater, or an teal sweater and an orange skirt, black stockings, getting gothier. I dyed my hair plum or something, and just was wearing black, teal, and orange at all times. And yet, when I would go to this class, I would if we were reading Hemingway, I'd wear this big leather hat, fisherman's hat, And if we were doing Fitzgerald, I'd all of a sudden wear this gauzy 30s, sort of tea dress that I owned. It was black, it wasn't white, but that and then I think like I once showed up in overalls for Faulkner, so he was just like, "You're bizarre." He's like, "You're bizarre. So have you written anything outside of this class? Not for this class?" And I was like, "Oh, well, yes, I have." And I gave him this Bible, and I was like, "I'm very proud of this." I said, "It's you know," I said, I've given these things a lot of thought, and here they are." He takes it from me, and I think literally the next day he says yeah, have you written any fiction? Because people aren't going to be interested in your nonfiction, and you as an essayist at 19 till you've established yourself as a fiction writer. And I was like, well, I wrote this one thing, but it's short, it's not good, and it's nothing that can be published because it's too autobiographical. Because I still want to see it. I want to see it. Mm-hmm. And this was like, Jane McInerney. This was like the vintage contemporary. Things were being published in paperback right off the bat, and there were a lot of young people who had gone to like liberal arts colleges, and so there was like a market for depressed young people from liberal arts colleges to write. And so he reads that and he's like, "Oh, I can get that published. And I'm like, "Oh, no, you can't have that. But how about that new Bible?" And he's like, "No, I can't get that published." And I was like, "Well, you can't give me back, give it back to me, because no, you can't have that. I can't have that published." And plus, I think I was like, probably, I don't know what I had done for my character in that drama, but something not pretty. I was just like, "You can't publish that." So it's sort of a backdrop to that. And so I leave to get this, and right before I leave, I'm on campus just sort of picking up some shit and finalizing some paperwork. And a bunch of people are standing around, and we're talking about bands, and my boyfriend's in the conversation, and John's sort of on the outskirts of the conversation, but he's there, he's in the circle. And I start just yelling at them, basically. I start just talking about how lame they are. Like how if I was in a band, I wouldn't be in a shitty college band. I'd be in a touring band. We would tour, we would make records. I wouldn't go to college. Yeah. That's what being a band is, and what you guys are doing is not. You're just like, you might as well be. I don't think I had the Beverly Hills 90120 didn't exist, so I couldn't have said like, you might as well be playing the Peach Pit. But that was essentially the content of my conversation. Of course, I had never played an instrument, had no interest in being a band, but I was simply setting them straight about how to be in a band. So I quit. I leave school, go have my neck operation. I'm at home recovering from my neck operation. I'm realizing it's a really nice holiday, and I'm put on so many painkillers that whatever nervous breakdown I had been in is sort of like, essentially I don't end up having to be hospitalized or medicated because I'm hospitalized and medicated. And so I sort of come out of that haze, and I start seeing a shrink 3 days a week. But I'm no longer in the same depression that I was in, because I just had essentially a 2-month coma to recover from. Yep. And
did you ever tell anyone, or you just?
No, I didn't. I think I must have said something because my father was paying for it,
Oh, okay.
But he didn't. And Sheila, I think, called my parents at one point and said, "I'm worried about her. She's not sleeping and she's not really eating." And my father hung on to that. My mother was just like, a kid who tells is a dead kid. She didn't believe Sheila, and she thought it was incredibly disloyal of Sheila to have called her. And I was just like, I look at that now and I'm just like, what an asshole. Why would you? Of course she wasn't being disloyal. Of course she was just being worried. But, but my mother was just not sort of jibing with what she saw. And so I'm at home recuperating. I've got a cane. I've got a neck brace. Sheila it turns into summer, and Sheila is back for the summer back in DC, and she's got this friend, John Hamill, who's a drummer and a really fun, super smart guy. We go to shows, we go to clubs and go dancing, and I'm like with a cane and my and I can't I have to be careful, and it's not hard to be careful because my neck is, it's all so tender and fucked up that it's not hard to be careful. Mm-hmm. So I I'll stand on a chair at a club, and if somebody would like to knock into me, I hit them with my cane and point to my neck brace and say stay away from me. But we were going, and at one point I'm say to John Hamill, he has to go buy a drum head, and I said, I'll go to the music store with you. And we go out, and we're in Maryland, and they're selling, it's just some stupid music store, and I he's looking at drum heads or something. So I of course wander over to guitars and amps, and there's a little guitar, a tiny guitar and tiny amp, and they're $99 together. And I said, hey, John Hamill, I think I'll just buy this. That looks like fun, it's a game or something. And I'd never taken any musical instruments. My parents had been, following some, Dr. Spock or something, which is your child, you shouldn't force your own interests upon a child. A child will develop their interests. Provide ample opportunity and allow your child to flourish with it, right? And and she'll develop her own passions and da-da-da-da. And quickly my parents, I think by 4th or 5th grade, realized that my only passion was watching television. That I would watch it 24 hours a day, and that as soon as they would have, as soon as I could quit anything, I quit it. So they would start me on something, but then I would quit it. And so I think they looked at my sister, who they'd been raised in the same way, and shored things up. And was no, you have to take the piano. No, you have to go to dancing school. Because they just she can't turn out like that bum. This isn't working for us. Yeah. They don't develop passions. Their passions don't flourish. So she was forced to take piano lessons. My brothers have been forced to take piano lessons and other, instruments, but I had not been required to do anything. And I didn't do anything. And so I just looked at the guitar, and I picked it up, and I turned, they turned it up. John Hammond turned it way up, and very distorted because of the little amp. And I was just oh, well, and then I went to play one thing, and it was really hard, and it just made some horrible noise. And basically to get it out of the store. I didn't want to, he was fool around with it. You know? The guy comes over and turns it way down, and I'm just no, I'll take it, And John Hamill and the dude sort of convinced me, well, you don't buy that $99 piece of shit, Buy this $199 piece of shit. Yeah. So I buy my Hondo Formula One and my little PV Bandit, which they've got a special on. And we walk out of the store, him with his drum head and me with my guitar amp and guitar. And it's basically just so I can go home and plug it in and just do what John Hamill did for once. I just wanted to try it, And John Hamill picks some guitar book up or something, and we get it home, and I have a little secret room off my room, and I set the guitar amp up and the guitar, and John Hamill goes, okay, so this is how you do an E chord. And you then hit this string. Okay, I had not gotten into the preschool of my choice for the lack of eye-hand coordination. And I couldn't even, I couldn't do that chord. Mm-hmm. And then he was like, okay, well, try, this is called a bar chord, try that. And I was I couldn't do that. And John knew how to play the guitar, but he was more of a drummer, John Hamill. And he was just okay, well, here's this book, and if you just, you just need to practice, right? And I picked up the book, and I didn't read music, and I looked at the book, and there was put your fingers there, and then hit this with. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do any of it. And it was just like, okay, well then I guess guitar playing is no fun. And so I, leave the.
Quit.
I quit. I quit the day I get the guitar. Basically, I quit. And that's like July, and then at the end of August, I get a phone call. This is my giant wraparound to the Ron Brown coach.
Okay.
Call, because there's somebody very serious on the other line, and he's like, I heard you got this is John Spencer. I heard you got a guitar and amp. I was like, how the fuck would he know that? And then I was like, oh, Sheila, he must, somehow.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I did. I was so uncomfortable talking with him, but I was like, yeah, I did. And he goes, and you were talking about starting a band and, making records and touring. Were you serious about that? And it was just like the football player, and I was like, yeah, of course I was serious.
Pleaser.
Yes. Of course I was serious about it.
Jesus.
And I also was like, my thing with John was I was one of the few people, I was incredibly intimidated by John, but I would not allow him to understand this or see this. So I was one of the few people who did not act intimidated by him. But of course I was like, why is John Spencer calling me? And he goes, because, he had finished his sophomore year, and he's like, I've taken all the art and semi-arts courses that I'm interested in taking, and I've filled my majors, and I don't have anything left to do. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't have anything left to do. And I was like, that's awfully anti-intellectual of you. I was like, perhaps you should read a book to fuel your art and movies. And he's like, no, I don't want to be in school. I want to drop out of school. So if you were serious about that band, are you serious? I mean, because if I came to DC, could I stay with you for a little bit, and could we start that band? And are you serious? And I was just like, yes. That's why I bought the guitar. Of course. I did not have a Valley Girl, but I was just like, yes, of course I'm serious. I bought a guitar and an amp, and I said, I don't know how bands work, but if we're gonna do a band, we're gonna make records and we're gonna tour. And he's like, okay, so I'll be there like the first week. I'll let you know. I'll be there like the first week of September. And I hang up the phone and I'm like, oh shit! What the fuck? I'm in a band.
I love that everything's just kind of accidental.
Yeah, it's like I'm like
okay,
Candide or something. Except I'm not merrily going through my picaresque adventures. I'm quite like merrily agreeing on the outside, but inside I'm like, oh fuck, what have I done? And I like go back into my closet and I pull the guitar out and I'm like, oh, God, Jesus, he's gonna be moving here in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I gotta learn how to play this. And I pull out the guitar and the book and I, turn it on and I try to do something. And I'm like, I can't play it. I spend like an hour each day trying one thing in the book, not being able to do it, and then hurling it down in disgust and frustration. And so I just realized, okay, he's, I don't know what we're gonna do because I can't play that guitar. Like I don't know what we're gonna do. Like maybe John Hamill can play the guitar and I can play the drums. It would turn out that I in fact can't even keep a rhythm at all. But and I mentioned to John he's like, do you know anybody who plays? I was like, oh, and I know a drummer. He goes, oh great, I heard you have a drummer. Great, so we have a drummer. I'm like, yeah, we totally have a drummer. And I call John Hamill, like, John Hamill! This very serious, miserable fuck is moving here and he expects us to be his band. John was like...
Did John even want to play drums in a band?
Yeah, he did. He did. Okay. And he had played drums in bands before and he was like, cool. He was very happy-go-lucky, confident, and I mean, he didn't know that much about John. He might have not been so eager had he known John. But John Hamm was somebody who can get along with anybody, so it never occurred, you know. I think I then filled him in on John a bit, but he wasn't particularly intimidated because he just is somebody who's not easily intimidated. So Spencer moves, and just even when I'm picking him up, I think from the train station, I can't remember where they flies. He's stopped, and he's in New Hampshire, which is where he grew up. And his father's a professor at Dartmouth, and so he's coming from Hanover. And I think he shows up with like a green army bag and a guitar case. I think like he even has like maybe a stereo in that. I don't know how much stuff he has in that army bag, but he gives me a bunch of mixtapes, and it's all like nuggets and pebble stuff. It's all 60s garage stuff. And we're talking in the car just while we're driving back to my house, and we're, you know, eventually it evolves into a conversation sort of like, what should the band be called? And I was just like, well, I always thought Pussy Galore was, you know, I thought Shit House was a stupid name, but I thought Pussy Galore was a great name. And he's like, well, he goes, I'd have to ask Pat, because Pat was the dude who actually had started that other Pussy Galore he was in. And I was like, well, you should ask Pat, because I think that's a really good name. And so he did, and Pat was like, yeah, whatever. It's not like that name doesn't belong to any of us. That name belongs to, you know, Ian Fleming, or Cubby Broccoli, James Bond. So you can use it. And so we start this band, and I can't play a single note on that guitar. And we set up in my garage, literally in our garage. Now, we were at my mom's house.
I was going to say, your mom must be pretty...
My mother was still,
cool.
My mother was away, still in Martha's Vineyard. She'd been away for most of the summer.
Right.
And, okay, so John comes to my house. And my house is like an insane, huge Georgetown house. It's like a 10,000 square foot house. There are all these maids and a cook. And he's just like, he's so uncomfortable, you know, and he just wants to eat in the kitchen or something and hide out. And the garage is like a whole it's not a separate building because it's a townhouse, so it is attached. But we can be sort of off to the side, and my mother's like fishing in Martha's Vineyard. So, and everybody else is like going off to school, except for Daisy, who's in high school. And so we start practicing, and John would try to show me something, how to play, you know, like, well, this is what I'm playing, and I'd be like, I have no idea what you're doing. Like, I don't know what notes those are. I don't know. And then he'd be like, well, it's an E, you know, it's like, that's an E. And I'd be like, I don't know what that is. And he'd go, well, this is an E. And I go, yeah, I already forgot what you just said. What was that? That's an E. And I'm a good, rigid learner when I want to be. I just literally had no ear or eye-hand coordination, so it couldn't have been less of a natural, you know. And so he would play something, and he would show me how to play it, and I couldn't do it. And so then he would modify it. He'd go like, okay, instead of like, you know, din, 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 you just play din, 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 din. And then he'd start, and I couldn't.
Was that just the one string?
This was still, he was maybe trying to do two strings, you know. And then he was like, no, just play it on the E string, just play it on that low E string, you know, and you just hit that note here and hit that note here. And you just, you know. And I couldn't do it. Like, my fingers would inevitably slip to the wrong note. So I'd be concentrating incredibly hard, and I wouldn't have forgotten what he told me, but I just was really hard for me to make my fingers do it. And it was like an act, like he would be like, stop thinking about your fingers. So I was like, my finger, it's the fourth fret, but my finger keeps hitting the third. And he's like, stop thinking of your fingers, just, you know, it's just and it's just it's the 5th fret. It's an A. Just think of it as an A, and just get there anyway. You know, I was just like, my fingers won't do that. So it just, he ended up simplifying everything down to like me hitting like one note and then feeding back, and then another note, and then feeding back, and then if he had a very complicated part, it may just be like all feedback.
Yeah.
And I was only playing the E string. I was not trying to play any chords. I was just playing one string, and I was just feeding back. And then he would be like, okay, well maybe, you know, also you could like change off and like do some, you know, metal percussion. So when we first started, John Hamill was just playing a normal kit. But John definitely wanted metal percussion. And so we tried a couple of different people for metal percussion, and his idea was I could also come off guitar and play metal percussion as well. Little did he know I would be even worse.
Oh, it was bad.
Just clanging a piece of metal. But he goes, okay, so there's a rhythm problem as well as a coordination problem. And I was like, yes, there is.
Born entertainer.
Oh, yeah.
Natural musician.
Natural musician. It was just flowing out of me. And so, you know, at least with a guitar, I could just feed back, and that wasn't doing it at the wrong time.
Yeah.
But I was diligent, and he could work me like, you know, like if he wanted to practice for 3 hours, take a 10-minute break, and then practice another 3 hours, which is what he's like. You know, I had no problem. I was just a total yes man. I had no problem doing that. And so we sort of try to incorporate some other people. We end up moving to a shithole practice space, just this junky hell house, where this guy Tom Smith, who was a dude from the South who lived in D.C., who had been in bands in Athens, Georgia, which is where he was from. And you know this guy Don Fleming, who would become like Half Jab and Velvet Monkeys. And Tom Smith had a band called Peach of Immortality. And they were just like treated guitar. He manipulated cassettes, and he, you know, and he used those and sort of, I think maybe backing tracks of rhythm. He just basically manipulated cassettes. And then the other dude, this guy Jared, he played like, you know, a treated guitar. Do you know what that is? Should I explain
guitar?
what that is? Yeah, a treated guitar would be a guitar that is like sort of deconstructed.
Oh,
so
okay.
he would play it, you know, he would essentially put the guitar on a stand, like on its side, in the case, and he might have like put pieces of metal into it, and you know, at different points on the strings, and you know, you might, you know, just, and then you might use different things to play it, right? So you might be using a drumstick, but you also might be using a screwdriver, and it's all like the guitar has been made to modify to sound a certain way, and then you're using non-conventional ways of playing to play this guitar that could not be played like. And so that was that duo, and Tom Smith was a big talker, good talker. He was the person who found us our practice space. He had heard a recording. So John moves in September.
Yeah. In
October, even though I have not even mastered one note yet. I have not made one note, my bitch. It's still completely beyond me. We book recording studio time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and so we record at the end of October. And we record a 3-song 7-inch. Is it 3 songs or 4 songs? Feel Good About Your Body. Feel Good About Your Body was our first 7-inch. John and I released it on our own. Wow,
so you've only been playing for a month?
Yes.
Because that's on here. Oh, right, I didn't know that.
Yeah, barely a month.
Yeah.
And we step into the recording studio. It's very funny because, I mean, John has, and I begin to see just how creative John is, because we've been sort of, you know, he modified my parts and we're playing just as a 3-piece really. But then we get into the recording studio and it's just this guy who's like recording, has a 4-track, this guy Barrett Jones, who eventually like becomes like a Nirvana person, like a Nirvana engineer or something. But he was nobody at that point. And he just had like a, you know, we pulled his tag off of a, you know, I don't know, the head shop that John worked at. And Barrett advertised probably in the local weekly, and it was like $125, like a flat fee or something for 4 songs. And we go in there, and he's like, "Holy fuck!" Like, because it's just like John brings in so much metal, and John's such a perfectionist, and we're being so loud, and John's doing things like taking the mic and putting it in a trash can and putting that trash can way down the hall so as to get one. This is just a little 4-track recording, but he is doing so many things, and the Barrett is like, oh my God, this is, you know, I would have charged you a lot more money if I knew you were gonna, like, don't do that to my mic, or don't do, you know, and you know, I didn't even know how to, like, there was one of the songs was called Hardcore Rebellion, and it was very pretty. It starts off with a very jangly guitar part that he wanted me to play, which of course I couldn't play. And then it goes into a sort of more meditative noise part, but it always comes back to the jangly. I really liked that song. But he had me read, since I couldn't play the guitar during it, he said, "Well, why don't you do the vocals on this song?" And he goes, "Here's a bunch of MRRs, Maximum Rock and Roll fanzines." And he's just like, "The letters in the letter section are so hilarious, you know. Why don't you read through these and pick some letters, you know?" And as usual, John has very strong ideas. He's very much a control freak, but he also is, you know, he was incredibly encouraging and gave me a lot of freedom, considering I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So his whole thing was just like, just pick some letters that you know, that you find are funny, or like, you know, from Flip Side of Maximum Rock and Roll. But make sure you hit this one. Like, he gives me one, like he's like, "I've been reading this issue, and like, look at that letter. That one's hilarious. You know, read that one. But, you know, pick like 7, you know, because you should be reading, there should be no break, you know." And so I have to like cut them all out, paste them on paper, and I'm just reading the letters one right after another, and he's just like, don't stop, and it's all these kids whining about like the hardcore scene, and like one letter is like, you know, from a woman, and she's complaining about like boys and this like male dominated music, and just like another boy like singing about, you know, penises and giant ejaculations, you know, and that's what, you know, your label, another label putting out, and I'm just reading it, you know, that was the one he wanted in there as well. But I find others that are sort of match that in tone, and he calls it Hardcore Rebellion, HC Rebellion. But I didn't, like, we didn't write those lyrics. Those aren't lyrics. They were just found. We record it. Another song is Constant Pain, and that's sort of inspired by my operation as me screaming. Like, for that, I didn't even know how to, of course, like, really talk into a mic at all. I don't think we had been using, for that brief 3 weeks we had been rehearsing, we hadn't done any vocals. So we weren't doing vocals until the studio. But John came in knowing exactly what he wanted to do. So for that, I think we're yelling, but I'm too loud. I keep yelling too loud, even though all he wants me to do is yell. He's like, okay, and it's just like Barrett keeps sending me further and further away from the mic. So I'm like, step back 3 feet, then I step across the room, then I'm out the room with the door open, then I'm out the room with the door closed. And then I'm out the room with the door closed and down the hall, and I'm screaming. And I just I do that, and then I immediately blow out my voice. So we record that 7-inch. We've got it, and it's called "Feel Good About Your Body," which I loved. John, when he moved to DC, was still a virgin, and he was still he had all these girls, but he was not. He was looking for the right lady.
Oh.
It was, I mean, I think he had been incredibly uncomfortable. And it wasn't that he wasn't a sensual person, but he just clearly had total body image hang-ups.
Mm-hmm.
His movies were about that too. And so Feel Good About Your Body was ironic, since he clearly did not feel good about his body. But he very much was just okay, enough's enough. I've got to, you've got to help me find somebody to get laid.
Yeah.
And I'm he said, you've got to help me get laid. I was like, ah! And he's like, not you. And I was like, don't be so insulting. He was so quick to say, the not you.
Yeah.
That I was like, don't be so insulting. But he just was I've got to move past whatever my crazy, shyness is. But so we record Feel Good About Your Body, and we want to get it pressed. And we send it off to a company to get it pressed. And no dice. And we send it off to a bunch of companies, and we just keep getting rejections because they're just
the content.
Yeah, just the content, and just the name Pussy Galore.
Yeah.
And that record, I think it has on the front cover this sort of really groovy, cool looking collage that John did with this Japanese woman in a bikini from a 60s movie, and 60s lettering. But then you sort of realize that everything is actually formed by meat. It's all hams and stuff like that behind her, which is how he's created the collage, and sort of in step Tom Smith, because Tom Smith hears we've given our clubs our the cassette of the 7-inch, and he goes, okay, well, I've got a practice space you can use. It's in this practice space I used to turn out to be this horrible junky hell house. And he goes, and I'll get your record pressed. It can be, and he had his own record label, which was ACR, and he goes, it can be ACR 4. And we're like, but we have Shove Records. We want it out on Shove Records. And he goes, okay, well, it can be Shove Records, Shove 1, Shove's first release, and ACR 4 or something. So we do Shove, and I think ACR, and then he goes, and I'll book us a tour. So I'll get it done, and I'll book us a tour. So he books a tour for December, for the whole state. So, I had, of course, learned how to play in September. So, I was really well versed by December. No, that was terrible idea. What was I doing? I was horrible and terrible and scared out of my mind. And we were trying different lineups, and for touring, I think we brought, I can't remember, maybe we brought one person to play percussion for part of it. And maybe Tom was playing percussion with us. I can't remember whether we had added Neil Haggerty, who would become sort of one of the permanent members, but maybe we had added Neil Haggerty at that point. I don't know if we'd added him by December, though. So we go on tour, and we start off in the South.
Yeah.
And Tom Smith has booked us in like places like family rec centers. And I mean, as offensive as Pussy Galore was and as noisy as Pussy Galore was, we were nothing compared to Peach of Immortality, his band, which was just like pure noise, not even performed on conventional instruments. So it's just literally just all tape hiss and treated guitar. At least we were sort of like, and the whole driving musical influence, the thing about Pussy Galore that was different than John's previous bands was he was marrying his, like the industrial music, which I really liked, and the 60s garage. So it was just going to be sort of like a push together mashup of those two things. But so we were still, but you know, we were like listening to early Rolling Stones stuff, and we were based in rock and roll. And I think John might have said, like, at that point, I think he would have said, like, we're just a rock and roll band. He would have said it in disingenuously, but that's still what he identified as. Yeah. Whereas Peach of Immortality only identified as noise. And so you get to these venues. Sometimes there were proper clubs. We played like a really cool place with this industrial noise band in Jacksonville, Florida. But most of the places were like, they're these kids, they've got skateboards, they're ready for a hardcore show. And you're just like, okay, you're going to be hardcore bummed out. Yeah. And I felt so bad. I wanted to, and I would like, there'd be kids for the show, and I'd be like, I don't think you want to spend your money on this. Like.
Do they like you at all, though?
They were, some of them hated us, but most of them were such adorable, polite kids who really wanted to have fun. Mm-hmm. So they would like try to have fun, and anything that was at all like, that they could thrash to at all, they would start, and so they would start a little pit, and then, and there'd literally like be mothers with a refreshment stand in the back or something, and I would just feel so terrible. And then if they could do that with us, then once Peach of Immortality came on, it was just like, forget it. Yeah, that can't. They just like sort of looked dejectedly and wait for
and you guys were the opener?
We were the opener. I mean, mainly because it could have gone either way. Because Tom had sort of put it together and because they had existed a little longer. I mean, it was mainly, though, that nobody would have stayed through them to see us. So we opened for them. So it just it worked on many levels. It worked for us to be opening. But it was a terrifying experience. And everything was new each time. You weren't even playing necessarily conventional clubs, so you weren't even like getting used to like conventional sound systems and stages, and it was just like, whoa. Yeah. And sometimes it'd be a really cool club, but other times it'd just be like, what? He had like Tom Smith was like, it's like the Sex Pistols in the South. I was just like, that's a famously awful tour. That didn't work. It's like the rock and roll swindle. She's like, I'm all about the rock and roll swindle. And I was just like, oh, great, we're on tour with the rock and roll swindle. You book these shows on false pretenses. What tape did you send them? What did these kids hear? And he had just written a press release that was Tom still exists and still is funny and slick. He had just written such a like bullshitty press release that I don't know what he had thrown in there, but it was something that made kids go like, oh, this is good. And so he would book it, and it was very funny. But we realized at a certain point that we were on tour with like somebody who, like every town we stopped at, it's Lee there.
Yeah. Can you mind if I pause it for a minute?
No, I can use some water.
Yeah.
So you know, the crazy thing about being on tour, when you don't play an instrument, is that, of course, like, performances are totally terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can't even say I was necessarily enjoying the performance aspect of it. I mean, I was always so nervous. I mean, once I got on stage, eventually I really enjoyed being on stage, but I had so much anticipatory nerves.
Mm-hmm.
And, but, you know, I immediately became a thing of sort of like, well, you're the girl in the band,
yeah.
you know? And I was like, well, I mean, I'm the fool in the band. I'm the incompetent in the band. It's so much worse than me just being a girl in the band.
Were you always cool though? Because I don't think every article that I've read, even early Pussy Galore, it's like, Julie Cafritz, so cool.
I think
Cool
I was, from the
Mhm.
point of view that my brothers were really cool.
Yeah.
And so and you know, and my mother was really cool too.
Yeah.
And so it was just like, I think it was bred into me to sort of be cool.
Yeah.
And I always, you know, no matter what was going on internally, I always also had a lot of confidence. I think, like, actually, to wrap around to Smith, that girl's education,
Mm-hmm.
by going to an all-girl high school, and just being one of the dominant voices in the classroom. It's like when I got to Brown, I remember taking a course that was a legal philosophy course, and it was with this really smart but total jerk.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I want to name him. I think his name was Theodore Beiser. I hope I'm not calumnying an actual different person named that. But he was somebody who taught at Brown and also taught at Harvard and was like some sort of dean at Brown. He had this legal philosophy course and total jerk. Had all these big, it was the only big course besides those med courses that I took. And he had a battalion of TAs who you would meet for a discussion group, and he would actually sort of grade your tests and papers.
Mm-hmm.
They were all men. And he was basically a lecture course, but he would occasionally ask questions, and he was somebody who didn't ask female students questions. Like,
Yeah.
you raised your hand, he didn't pick on you. And it was just so, I mean, I'd never seen anything like it. It was so blatant. Of course, I hadn't experienced it in high school, but I didn't see anything like that at Brown. And he actually had this thing where if you scored the highest on the test, you got to present your answer, essentially. Mm-hmm. And that was the only time that somebody else sort of got the stage. Anyway. Yeah. But it was only boys who were getting who were scoring the highest. And I was just like, okay, I'm gonna do that. Fuck all my other classes. I'm gonna put all my resources, energy, time, and thinking into this one class for the next 2 weeks. Because I'm gonna score the highest on that test, you know. So I did, and he, would just be presented the winner or whatever, the person who had the strongest thing, the winner. Why there was even a course that had winner, you're the winner. I'm sure they had a different word for it, but that's all I could think of. And he looked down at it. And he saw my name. Mm-hmm. I could see him sort of visibly shudder, essentially. And he was just the high score, this week is Julia Cafritz, but we don't have time this week for a presentation. So, so moving on to the, and I shoot my hand down, and he's like, yeah, he didn't take questions. So then I had to go like, excuse me.
Yeah.
And he goes, yes. And I said, Miss Cafritz here. And I said, I want my answer read. Yeah, I worked really hard and I want my answer read. And he goes, I've already explained that we don't have time for your answer.
Mm.
And I said, well, I don't know the law nearly as well as you do. But if you don't have time to read my answer, since I'm the only female in this class who has scored at the top, and this, and I bet I'm never going to be able to do it again. I said, I would hate to guess how much time the lawsuit will take.
You said this in class?
In class, if you do not read your female student's answer.
Mm.
I said, should you make that choice today? I said, it's going to cost both of us so much more time and hassle.
Yeah.
And he looked at me and he goes, are you really doing this? And I was like, oh, I said, I absolutely want us to make time for my answer. And he's like, if you insist, if you're really going to insist, because you're having, another paper due on this, and we have to spend, and I went, no. I do insist. I hate to have to insist 3 times, but yes, I do insist. And I said, and I feel like we've wasted so much time right now just in this back and forth that we might as well just end class with my essay.
Yeah.
If that's what it's gonna take. But if you read it, we can move on. And so he read it. I was so mad. He read it. And he goes, there you go. It wasn't even that good. And I went, I knew that. I said, but nobody's was.
Yeah.
And I said, it's a hard essay. None of us can write as good an essay as you, but we all deserve a shot at having our essays read. Mm-hmm. Of course, like 6 months later, the dude gets busted at a rest stop in between Brown and in between Providence and Boston, and then all these men who'd been his acolytes over the years start talking about him sexually harassing them. And I was just like, fuck you. Yeah. Fuck you, dude, because, I knew you were just like, it was not, like if I thought that he was not a malevolent misogynist, I never would have, so this ties in with his idea of, for me, it's like, it's not like, oh, women can do anything that men can do. It was never like a matter of me asserting myself as a female in a male world, unless somebody said you couldn't. Mm-hmm. At which point, that would raise my ire. So whether it was like, you can't be on the football team because you're a girl, yeah. Or, you can't read your essay because you're a girl. I mean, I would have assumed that all the best essays were written by boys. That would not have occurred to me that was a rigged system. Mm-hmm. Except that he radiated that it was a rigged system.
Yeah.
And so, I was just an asshole in that moment. But that was the type of, so I had been taught in school to do stuff like that. You couldn't let somebody get away with that. And there was actually no reason for me to not assume that I wasn't doing, like, as opposed to assuming that people were bending over backwards to do you favors, you were also to assume that people were bending over backwards to stop you as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that neither was acceptable, you know. So you shouldn't be let off the hook if you're a woman.
Yeah.
So I didn't mind him actually saying that the essay wasn't that good. I mean, he was just being a shit. But I did want to point out, it was a 300-person class. So I did point out it was like better than 299 other essays that week. But that admittedly wasn't a very good essay. But I didn't want, you know, he couldn't shut me out, basically. I wasn't going to allow him to shut me out. Can you break for 1 second?
Yep.
I think so, with bands, my whole thing was I had seen a bunch of bands at Brown which had girls in them, and they were always bass players. Mm-hmm. And they were always sleeping with the lead singer. They were always the girlfriend.
That's true.
Right? And so I realized that was sort of like a functionary of a relationship, was that dude who was ambitious would have a girlfriend, and because he was putting together a band, he would, cast his lady on the bass, which was the, I assumed, easiest instrument to play.
Yeah.
And Lee's trying to do that quietly. And I wanted to make it clear. It was very hard because I was not good at my instrument to say that I deserved to be there. I wanted, everybody assumed that John and I were going out. Mm. And we actually had a conceptual reason behind the idea that I wasn't playing a bass, that we didn't have a bass, which was that when you listen to those garage bands from the 60s, that the recordings were so poor that you couldn't make out the bass. So John always had it should just be guitars because you couldn't hear the bass anyway. So maybe somebody was playing bass but you couldn't hear it. So let's just represent it by guitars. And I was like, well, that's cool because I won't play the bass because the girl always plays the bass. And so I was like, the way to fight the stereotype that the girl in the band is lame, and just playing bass, the bass player in the band is lame, and she goes out with the lead singer, is to be really good at your instrument. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, not only was I not good at my instrument, but I was perhaps one of the worst people who had ever been on an instrument on stage. And I knew that literally I felt as if I was physically handicapped, that there was no way, no matter how much practice, we practiced a shitload. Mm-hmm. And I just realized, you're not going to get very good. You can get to the point where you can play better than you play now, but you're just never going to be very good. You have absolutely no aptitude for this. Mm-hmm. And so I was just so I'm stuck in a way, because here I am, functioning, by all appearances, functioning in this way that the girls I've disparaged in the past in bands function. Mm-hmm. And so I had to bring my personality to the table, because I knew that whether it was just, on stage or making decisions with John and within our band or interviews or whatever, that in that arena, when it came in terms of expressing my ideas with my tongue, that I could sort of sit with anybody and do that. and posit some authority over that. And so, I mean, I had a tremendous amount of anger, which I was disconnected from, but which definitely came out when I was performing. Just an endless reserve of sort of bile that I could call upon. But it also was a matter of, that noise gonna be, is it okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll
Okay.
still be fine
Okay.
if it gets
I
out
can
of hand.
should I close the door? Maybe I should.
Oh yeah, I can close it.
I'll do it. Haley, I'm gonna close this door, sorry. Oh, let me write you a check. So I think that in terms of the image that I projected, that was actually, fueled by something real in terms of, I think that, I mean, a real desire, let's put it this way, to somehow assert myself in an arena that I didn't really feel like I belonged in. But if I was going to belong in, I wanted to do something well. Consequently, I think between the fact that I was basically just, screaming rage-filled insults at men on from stage, the fact that I was smoking 4 packs a day and dressed in black and probably sort of the quicker person. And I mean, John is insanely smart and just so smart. So, can be funny, but he doesn't like to talk. And so if anybody wanted to talk, they had to talk to me, because John's very polite, but he doesn't really want to form sentences, or he didn't back then. And so, so I could sort of dominate in that way, and, and I could also sort of be like the Jew in the band who's like has better business acumen.
Did you, did you take it very seriously? Although, I mean, you're talking about how you weren't a really good guitarist.
I did. I mean, here's the thing. With John, there was no choice but to take it seriously.
Okay.
He just is a serious guy, and he was really ambitious. And I don't mean ambitious in any way like
fame ambitious.
No. He just was like an artist.
Yeah.
He was a very serious artist who wanted to always always had ideas that he wanted to get across in some way. And, and Pussy Galore was not a lot of fun. So
ever? Not even in the beginning?
No.
Oh.
I mean, there were moments when we had fun, but it was just not that type of band. I mean, and I had just come out of this very, sort of heavy-duty depression, and and John had his own shit going on, and so that made us, sort of probably more serious and moodier than we turned into eventually or whatever. But
were your parents upset by your decision?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they were they weren't. I don't think they were as upset as. I mean, they were upset. I don't think they were as upset as 80% or 85 or even 90% of parents would be, because, especially my mother, in terms of just sort of like, okay, I mean, I think they had an expectation that I would eventually return to school, but my father, like, they both were made nerve, like, at each passing year that I was in a band and out of school meant, from him, that it was less likely that I was going to return to school. But it was funny. He flew out for that first tour.
Oh.
He came to see us in Houston, and that was a club that was right by a prison, and the club had they gave us flyers about if you walk around, you will be mugged or raped, or maybe mugged and raped, and we've got a prison to our right, and, you know, 3 biker bars full of people who just got out of that prison to our left, you know.
Yeah.
Proceed with caution as you load in and load out of your of your van, you know. And so it's just like in a horrible neighborhood of Houston, and my father came, and my father's so perverse. My father was just like, my father liked Peach of Immortality a lot more than he liked Pussy Galore. He's like, he got it more once he saw us. Like, he's like, okay, I see what you're doing. Okay, but if you're going to be avant-garde, then they're really avant-garde, and you guys aren't so avant-garde. And so, like, and I was just like, oh, fuck you. You know? But then he, like, was staying at, like, a 5-star hotel, and he took me back to that hotel, and, you know, I think the band picked me up the next day, and it was just like, it was a hotel that some eccentric oil heiress had essentially built as essentially her guest house.
Oh.
And, but it was like, she put, like, you know, I don't think there was a Van Gogh, but maybe there was.
Yeah.
Like, she put, like, insane artwork in a hotel because it was her hotel, and she wanted to have real paintings, and it was just like bizarre, so weirdly like Dallas, Texas, but it was Houston. It was a total culture shock between this horrible neighbor. And so he was a little bit like, I mean, my father was sort of like, well, you know, don't get mugged or killed or raped. Like, don't, like, be careful. You know, you guys are, you know, this tour seems a little bit like dicey, and, you know, whose floors are you sleeping on? But he was just sort of like, just be smart, be careful. If you run into trouble, call me. If you don't, I'm going to assume that you're not.
Yeah.
And my mother was more sort of, my mother had tons of her friends were really like, really heavy duty artists and writers, and she was connected both to the art world by the museum, but also by she just knew all these writers, all these macho, like William Styron, and all these like really macho dudes. And my mother's pretty macho, so she just sort of saw this as very macho. Me and I dropped out of college, and she had dropped out of college to like get married and have children. And was very unhappy that she had made that mistake.
I was going to say, that sounds way worse.
Yeah, so she was just glad that I wasn't making that mistake. Yeah. And so they were unhappy, but they weren't squares. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't like completely out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was embarrassing for them to like, you have to say like, my daughter's in a band. Oh, really? What band? Yeah. Pussy Galore, like the James Bond character. Like, I think that sentence became like, I don't know if I can say Pussy Galore without saying like the James Bond character, because that became the sentence they were armed with.
Yeah.
What does she play?
I whisper it in public. I go, Galore.
she's like, they're like, she plays the guitar. We didn't know she played an instrument. Oh, she doesn't. So, I mean, I think that was the other thing that threw them off. Was just like, but you don't play an instrument, and you never did, and you didn't like any instrument we tried to put in front of you.
No, she didn't.
You don't, and you don't read music. I mean, my parents were just like, but you don't read music, and I was like, you don't need to. And then they saw me, and they're like, yeah, I guess you don't need to. I guess you don't need to. Yeah. For me, if I was going to do it, I might as well be ambitious. And again, and by ambition, I just mean do it well. Mm-hmm. And John was very like business-like, and it's just, there wasn't much fun to be had, so you might as well be serious about it. And so I did approach it seriously, I tried to, eke out any amusement I could from it. But certainly we were a band who rehearsed all the time. Our sets were designed so that one song ended and the next song began. Like John and I had gone to see James Brown, and James Brown, everything's a segue.
Yeah.
So even if he can start ranting and raving for 10 minutes, he can be talking. But during that time, whether it's just the drummer and the bass player or the horns punctuating what he's saying, but it's just like and John sort of appropriated this. James Brown would say, like, take it down to the bass or take it down to the drums. And then he'd start, blah, blah, crazy ass James Brown. But he would never stop the music completely. And that also had, like, DC go-go music, which was that sort of funk music that DC invented. Not like go-go dancers, but like go-go. So there was a band, Trouble Funk. And they also had stolen that from funk as well, as to never end a song without going into a new song. So we stole that, and that was good for John because John didn't want to have to interact with the audience. And so, we would play, all our songs straight, and we would figure out ways to make one song go into another. And unless, if somebody broke a string or something, which was just incredibly painful. And by the way, I had not developed an ear like I had, I couldn't tune my guitar. We didn't have tuners.
You were out of tune. It was just out of tune.
It was either out of tune or I had to do, it was like a kid getting their shoe tied.
Yeah.
It was like the most embarrassing thing because I'd have to walk over with my guitar around my neck. And John would start tuning my guitar, playing his guitar, and then he'd start tuning my guitar for me. And what we didn't even realize is when a couple of years ago, Pussy Galore played a reunion show, and I went to relearn the Pussy Galore songs. I mean, Pussy Galore people always said oh, you're so, it's such a, because it was so noisy, they tended to sort of equate that with being sloppy. And boy, were we not sloppy.
Yeah.
And so you'd often get sloppy, out of tune mess or something. And I was just no, you mean precise, out of tune assault.
Yeah.
Which is what it was. But it was, I thought the out of tune, I just thought that was lazy journalism. But then I went to teach myself these songs, and I had a tuner. And my guitar was in tune. I'm now playing with my guitar in tune. Actually, now, through Free Kitten, I started using just open tunings and alternative tunings. So I'm never in regular tuning anymore. But
you have 5 strings now, though.
I always just, why bother? Why bother pretending I'm ever going to use that 6 string? Plus Keith Richards has 5 strings.
Yeah.
So, I lost my thought.
The reviewers.
So then I'm trying to play these songs, and I'm finding it really difficult as I listen to the vinyl. I'm like, what the hell? And I'm like, John, were we out of tune?
Yeah.
On all of Groovy Hate Fuck, which was our second EP? And he goes, yeah, Julie, we were. I mean, we were in tune with each other, but we didn't have a tuner. And yeah, we were out of tune. So I said, so you mean when they said we were out of tune?
We really were.
We were really out of tune? And he goes, yeah, I guess. I mean, I said, because it never occurred to us to tune to a piano or something, or a pitch pipe. So he tuned by ear, and then we all tuned to him.
Yeah.
and so I was just like, I can't believe they were right that we were out of tune, but we weren't a sprawling mess. And so that became sort of my formative. So Pussy Galore went from, we formed it in September of 1985, and it stopped for me in 1988, and then they sort of limped on for another 6 months without me.
When did you move to New York in that
In
time?
May of 86.
Okay, so it was that soon after.
Yeah, I mean, Pussy Galore was not well received in Washington, D.C.
That's what I was going to ask, too, because I thought maybe you were, but then you weren't there that long. But you were well received in New York.
We were.
You met Sonic Youth and stuff, and weren't they just big supporters from the beginning?
Yeah, they were big. They were always big supporters of everybody. But basically, that first 7-inch where I read those letters, both MRR and Flipside, the fanzines that I'd read from, they wouldn't take our ad for our 7-inch, and eventually one of them took the ad, but they said it could only be like the smallest ad that they allowed. But and then we had put thanks Ian and Jeff Nelson and Ian Mackay on the back of our 7-inch. Not really meant as a joke at their expense, but as a nod, just what we thought was a funny nod to the fact that every DC band, who were all on the Discord record label that those two guys started, had said thanks Ian and Jeff. So it was just like, John had landed in DC. We were like a DC band, so we were like, we'll put thanks Ian and Jeff.
Yeah.
They did not have a sense of humor about that. They didn't have like the hardcore rebellion. They thought was like me making fun of the hardcore scene. And it was just like, wait a second, I didn't say any of that shit. That's just letters. Those are other people's letters. I was just reading it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I did pick letters where people are talking about the scene because, that's so important to punk rockers, but it's also sort of ridiculous, isn't it, right? But they didn't have any kind of sense of humor. So we were effectively blackballed in DC.
Yeah.
And so, and John, I had never wanted to stay in I was in DC because I was recuperating from my neck operation, and John moved there because I was there. But as soon as DC was even vaguely hostile to what we were trying to do, John wanted to move to New York, and we had sort of always, we hadn't discussed it, but I think we both knew we weren't going to stay in DC. I didn't think I was going to stay in this band for any length of time. I said aye, but I assumed to be like the football thing. I thought I would get an appendix. Oh, look, I need my appendix out again. Bend over. But there was something I enjoyed about it. There was something that it tapped into for me that kept me, even though I felt ill-suited for it, still really interested in it and committed in a way that was not phony or fake at all. It was very hard for me to reconcile, because Pussy Galore, being a musician just in general, so much of it showcases weaknesses of mine as opposed to strengths. And so it was hard to sort of make my name on something that I wasn't particularly good at.
Yeah.
And I sort of had trouble reconciling that. I knew that I was sort of more wanted some sort of life of the mind, that I still had some romantic idea about the life of the mind, and that was not going to happen in a band. Yeah. Maybe there's
a Renaissance woman.
Maybe there's some twee band out there that can somehow, maybe is it out Montreal where you would be discussing philosophy and every other.
I could picture them doing that.
Thing that dude's ever read, but in general, punk rock was not going to be a life of the mind. And so we moved to New York in 1986, and we are still having trouble getting our records pressed. Groovy Hate Fuck had the addition of not just Pussy Galore, but Groovy Hate Fuck. And then the song titles.
Wasn't it something worse in the beginning?
No, it was always Groovy Hate Fuck.
It was
just that the words for the songs are, it's like the songs were like cunties, kill yourself, you look like a Jew, and each, I just want to die. And so in big letters on the back, it says die, cunt, bitch, kill. And so it was just basically about as offensive as you could get, aggressively in your face, which was always what Pussy Galore was, and which certainly did match the same person who was like, no, I do insist that you read my paper. I definitely had a need to sort of be in people's faces or something. And so we have trouble having, don't know where to live. Neil Haggerty, our guitarist, and John Hamill, the drummer, do not move with us. Neil Haggerty ends up moving about 5 months later, but at first he's not willing to make the move with us, and John Hamill never was willing to make the move with us. So we meet Kim and Thurston at from Sonic Youth at a show, and we give them a copy of the record, which is all warped because we ended up having to go with like the cheapest, shittiest people who would press it, and they really like it, and they're just always, those two were incredibly, anything they found interesting, they supported. That was just the mode that they started off in before they had any juice. And that they continued to do once they were established. They always would still just, champion certain bands, and it was completely genuine. So they were just like, oh, well, you take care, we're going on tour, can you take care of our dog? Here's the keys to you don't have an apartment, here's the keys to our apartment, will you take care of our dog? You should call Bob Bird, our old drummer, because, we just parted ways with him, but he'd be great, he's a great guy and a great drummer, so you guys should give him a call. We did, and Bob did end up joining Pussy Galore immediately. And then in New York, the band got a lot more attention than it had in DC, and it was sort of if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Because even though we're still talking about a minuscule subsect of the world of music, the fact was that we, by sort of becoming, and Sonic Youth had just sort of graduated to like doing tours in Europe, and so they were sort of vacating, in a way they were leaving a vacuum in New York of where they were sort of clearly the dominant number one, like, noisy band there. But all of a sudden they were sort of getting bigger to the point that they weren't spending that much time in New York. So it was sort of ripe for another band to come in and become sort of the hot shit of that moment. And we weren't the only band that became the hot shit of that moment. There were a couple of others, but we probably, in our small world, were probably the ones, just sheerly probably because of just, both the music and just the whole image and everything we were about. So.
Did you ever make any money playing in the band, like to be able to support yourself?
No.
Yeah, that always surprises me.
No.
You bring it up a lot, like retrospectively, when you talk about the scene, or no wave, punk, anything that time period.
No, it's just like, eventually it's just like, eventually Free Kitten made money, like we didn't, like Pussy Galore cost us money. I had hurt my neck in a car accident, and I got money from that car accident. And I think John had like a great aunt die, and he had a little money he had basically the same amount of money as I did. And Pussy Galore made enough money that, I could live in New York, and do that on the $40,000 that I had for
Yeah.
3 years or something. So it was bringing in some money, but I mean, you were paying between. We were putting out our own records. Not till the very end were we on a record label. At which point they started paying for it. We were always really good about recording things, not using a lot of money recording, so we could just sort of make money off of our records. A lot of people would take larger advances and waste time in the recording studio. We recorded almost everything live in not a lot of takes because we were so practiced, and we would spend not a lot of money recording our music, and therefore we would actually recoup from our records quicker than a lot of people. But no, you couldn't really support yourself on it, and nobody really had any illusions about doing that. And it became absolutely bizarre. Like the best you could hope would be Sonic Youth, who had sort of a $350 rent-controlled apartment, and who were touring constantly, and so they could afford their life.
Yeah.
They could afford their lifestyle or whatever. But it was one of the reasons why Bob Burt had left, because he was married.
Oh, okay.
And he couldn't afford to keep the pace that Sonic. Like with Kim and Thurston, they were two people, so they could pool their resources. But he was leaving his wife to tour all the time to bring in not as much money as he worked in the factory. He worked at silk screening for Andy Warhol.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. And so he could make more money doing that than he could being in a band, by far. And so I mean, nobody.
So it was like 4 years. It's just so funny too. I think of it being longer, but you're in the band for 4 years. It was never really that fun, I guess. Which, like, there must have been some fun.
It had to be college. It had to be college, right?
But so, and you left the band because didn't they still record
they
another
were.
album?
Well, they
And like, why did you leave? Because you don't really speak. John seems like a kind of quiet individual, but was like supportive of you.
Right.
And it's like when you read about the two of you, I even read this article once, and it was just quotes from him and quotes of you, and just like kind of mean things. It wasn't even really an article. It was just like this shit talking kind of. I was like, who put this? I don't even know.
I know. I think it probably was from an English. Could it be from an English paper? So what happened was I left the band when we were on tour. It was hard. So John, did get laid. We found him a girl. And it was hard because it became a battle between, like, John had these two women in his life, both of whom were fairly domineering, even though he, in his own way, subtly held most of the control. But he was, and Christina, his girlfriend, he was so serious about the band that he was spending, way too much energy there. And from my point of view, we were, again, we were being serious about the band, so he was spending too much energy on his girlfriend. I hadn't. When he was looking for a girlfriend, I didn't think we were looking for the only girlfriend ever.
Isn't that his wife now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't realize we were actually looking for the one. I would have taken the whole thing much more seriously had I known he was going to marry the first person he slept with. But I didn't. And John, I was very social. John wasn't. And John, like, when Pussy Galore would get off stage, and I didn't drink and I didn't do drugs. He started drinking eventually, which meant he had fun, but I didn't like him having fun. And I was like, when we got on stage, I just wanted to leave. I wanted us to pack up our equipment and leave.
Yeah.
Like, there was no fun for me to be had, like sitting in a bar.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to end up smoking another pack of cigarettes and drinking my 100th Coca-Cola of the day. And so, but we were, sort of committedly miserable. I can't believe actually how long Pussy Galore lasted, as you point out.
Yeah.
Because I would have never thought we would have, when I said yes, I wasn't thinking in terms of years of working with John, because John was, he was so, sort of troubled and fucked up, as was I, but I wouldn't have picked another troubled and fucked up person to work with. I mean, as it turned out, John's incredibly lovely. He's very thoughtful, and he has incredible manners. So all of those things kept him in good stead for a long time. He's, there's no part of John that's a villain. Like John is, I think he would shudder at that concept. But Christina and I were definitely in a power struggle between us. And he sort of allowed, because he wanted both of us were sort of equally important. He was happy to have us mad at each other and not at him, And he needed me to say, no, we've got to go do this and stop, because he needed to be able to turn to her and say,
Julie
says. And he needed her to be like, Christina says she's coming, and he could just be sort of passive in between us. And what happened was we were on tour in Europe, and it was all of a sudden, Neil had left at the band at one point because he was unhappy, and another guitarist, Kurt Wolf, came in, and he was great. And he was a very shy, nervous guy. I mean, personality-wise, he was I think he was very intimidated by both John and me. And we didn't really get to know, I've gotten to know Kurt now, and I love Kurt.
Yeah.
But when Kurt was in the band, it was like, poor Kurt, because he was just sort of between us. Bob Burt was super friendly, super lovable. Everybody loved Bob. Bob could get along with everybody. Nobody else could get along with each other. Yeah. I really liked Neil, but Neil was totally bizarre. And Neil had trouble getting along with John. But Neil had come back into the band, so we were now 4 guitars. And
all of you.
Yeah,
Kurt,
for
Neil,
Dial and for Motherfucker.
Okay.
We are 4 guitars, yeah.
All right.
Which is a lot of guitar. And we go on tour in Europe, and Christina shows up at one point, and when Christina would show up on tour in the last couple of tours, I was really terrible. I was just like, nope, she can't ride in any van with us. So she'd have to take a train from stop to stop. And I'd be like, I don't want to see her, so don't bring her into the dressing room. Because it was, I had early on, we had made a rule no girlfriends allowed, and that included my boy. I wasn't bringing my boyfriend along on tour. So I was missing, every time we were out on the road, I was missing my boyfriend. And I think John was like, well, maybe we could lighten that rule. I was like, no. I was rigid, and I was like, no, that would be a distraction. It would not be good for me. It's not good for you to have Christina here. It's not good for me to have Rick here. It's not good for Neil to have Jennifer here. It's not good for Bob to have Linda here. No girlfriends allowed. Yeah. And so then, and then he'd be too scared, or she would just show up anyway. He'd be too scared to tell me, essentially, that she was just showing up in Europe while we were on tour. And so then I'd be like, oh, then she can't come into the room. I shudder to think what an asshole I was afterwards. But I really didn't, but I was, it was also convenient for me to blame her and be really angry at her and not have to be angry at John. And and vice versa. It was very easy for her to be angry with me and not quite as angry at John. So, we were convenient. All three of us had found convenient scapegoats in each other. And so that last tour, it was harsh because we were in the middle of it was cold. We were in Germany, which is always sort of a sucky place to play. Neil and Kurt was very intimidated by the fact that Neil was back in the band because Neil was sort of like a guitar savant or something. But Kurt was just as good, but he wasn't as unconventional. Neil was who would go on to form the band Royal Trucks. Neil was like a really inventive guitar player with a very inventive mind as well, and like just sort of a bizarre genius, and so Kurt felt like too conventional in comparison, although there's nothing conventional about Kurt. And my favorite record by Pussy Galore is Sugar Shit Sharp, which is one that is an EP, short. I like the shorter the better from my point of view. And that's a Kurt record, not a Neil record. And but the idea was we were touring across Europe. We'd started in England, but just played a date. Then we went to the rest of Europe, and then we were coming back to England, and we were recording in England. We were recording Dial-In for Motherfucker, which is how we always did it. We would always rehearse, write songs, rehearse, tour on those songs so they'd be incredibly tight and would mutate into, and John would start hearing whatever overdubs were sort of dancing in his head. And then we would get to a recording studio and we could do those full live takes in just like a matter of one or two takes because we were so well practiced. And then we could spend the rest of our time doing other stuff on top of those. But the basic tracks of Pussy Galore were always completely live, and they were always done really quickly because we had toured so much. So that was the point of that tour. But it was not, we were not getting along, particularly John and I were not getting along. And then my grandmother died, my father's mother, while we were on tour. My father's mother, who's up there in that bookcase somewhere, she married to the grandfather who was sort of the rags to riches person. My grandfather died the year before I was born, so I only knew my grandmother. My grandmother is like a mix between Joan Crawford and Mommy Dearest, although she didn't need to beat her children because she kept her children so at bay with an army of nannies that she didn't have to beat her children. But she was a really scary, formidable, awful woman who even though she lived right down the street with us, from us, we had very little contact. She really was not interested in her sons, and even less so in her grandchildren. And she was always sort of shitty when we would go over there. My favorite quote from her was she once turned to me and she's like, oh, and I think I was like 13, 14, I can't remember. And she was like, you look, so much like, your father as a child or something. And then like 30 seconds later, she turns to my father and was like, you were always such an unfortunate looking child.
Passive aggressive.
I was like, wow. I mean, she didn't even mean it to be passive aggressive.
Oh, no?
She was aggressive.
Yeah.
She was just mean. She just meant that to be as mean. She just wanted to do a clever little heel turn. There was nothing passive about it. And so my grandmother died, and my father called, and we're in the middle of this tour, and my father calls and is like, my mother's died. We're having a funeral. I would like you to come back. And I was like, I have no interest in coming back for her. I said, I would advise you, I know you can't, but I would advise you to skip her funeral as well. Like, let somebody throw some dirt on her. Let a ditch digger throw some dirt on her coffin and leave it at that, And, but I'm not going to interrupt what I'm doing. And John was very much like, are you sure? And the only reason to go back would be to be there for my father, not to be there for my. But I was just like, I was like, no, we're gonna record this record. Like I can't figure out how to do that and come back here and go and do that. Like it's all too like no, fuck it. I won't go back. I don't need to go to her funeral. My father has a ton of children. They can all console him. And John was like very wary of that decision on my part. But I was just like, no, let's just keep going. And that was my general, and I think that was his general motive being too, was like sharks, like don't stop, like keep going. If you just keep going, then you can keep going. If we stop and think about this, it'll all end. So that happened, and then just like a couple of days later, we're playing in Germany, and we play a really good show. And it's like a really good show, and we're really happy. And we were happy while we were on stage, which was, unusual, and we were happy when we come off stage. And I think I'm like, hey, Christina, come back here. I'm like, I'm not drunk because I didn't drink, but I might as well be drunk. And we're just all sitting around, and we're really, just like, it was just a genuine moment of having real, fun and affection for the people you're making music with, and feeling very proud of what you had just achieved that moment. Because we were very hard on ourselves. We would listen to the tape as soon as in the van, as soon as we stopped playing. Yeah. And John, again, something he picked up from James Brown would be like, there was a mistake there. Oh. That transition was sloppy. Who did that? And he would always listen to the night show on tape with all of us listening, so that we could improve for the next night. He was also a very serious student, much more serious, I think, than I had been. So he would study and practice and do homework, and so we all would. And I guess it was just maybe a testament to his sort of not necessarily having the greatest social skills, because he, at that moment, he was like, this was such a great show, love you guys. Which is why I want to tell you now. And I could see Christina going, all of a sudden, this is our last tour. Yeah. We're gonna go record this record, and we're gonna release this record, but we're not gonna tour on that record. And we're not gonna tell anybody we've broken up. But we're going to break up. But people will eventually figure it out. It was such an ill-timed, if the night before when we had played a shitty show and I was hating him, if he had said, I'm breaking up the band, I would have been like, what took you so long, right? But him doing it on a night that I felt good about, and we all felt good, and he thought, I should do this and seize the moment while we're feeling good, because I'm not trying to be shitty, but I'm doing this, and I've got this great plan. And and all of us, we were just completely stunned. But for me, and I understand a lot more now than I did then, but then it was just completely inconceivable to me. Why would we be recording this next record? Mm-hmm. Why were we on this tour? Why were we on this tour? Why bother recording a next record? What the fuck were we doing right at this moment if that was his plan? And how dare, because we had started the band together and we had made every band decision together. He and I ran the band. It was always sort of amazing in retrospect how much power John gave me, considering he was the songwriter entirely. But I got to sort of command as much power with him in terms of making decisions about the band. And this is a decision he didn't want to discuss with me, but it just didn't, it was it did not sit well. And in particular, it just didn't sit well with me, just the whole idea. I just didn't, I couldn't wrap my mind around A, why he would tell us at that moment, and B, like, why that would be the plan, why any of this would seem like a plan to him.
Yeah.
And like, if he had been sneaky enough to just do it, and then after we had recorded that record, I was just like, and I kept saying that. So I'm like beyond furious, right? And we get to England, and there's no, talk about no fun to be had. Pussy Galore would go up and we'd laugh all day long in between like black moods or something. And we were very hard on ourselves, but we had, good shows quite often. But after that moment, oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't, I was just like, it was like having somebody be retarded. I guess I shouldn't use that word. But I was just, I kept looking at him and just being like, I couldn't even get his thought process. Like I was just like, I could get the idea of disbanding, like he and I were fighting. I understood that. But I just couldn't understand what he had done in that moment. So I was just filled, not just with anger, but also just like, oh my God, you fucking moron. Like, not only are you a dick, but you're an idiot. Like, this is like such a bonehead move that I feel like I need to kill you because you don't deserve, somebody this dumb doesn't deserve to live. Like I just don't even, I can't wrap my mind around your own stupidity and self-destructive impulse to do it this way. So that was my mind. That was the thinking process, because Bob and I would try to talk it out, or Neil and not so much Kurt, who was too freaked out to talk, but like we would talk it out, and every time we would get to sort of, but what was he thinking?
Yeah.
And we couldn't, all three of us or four of us could not get to any satisfactory, no matter how scared he was of me. If he was that scared of me, then he needed to do this before.
Yeah.
Or not say anything. Like, I just didn't make any sense. So we get to that recording, and we get into that recording. He's booked a really fancy studio in London, like Ealing Studios or something. I can't remember. And we're playing a bunch of shows too, and it's just, talk about grim.
Yeah.
And
I can't believe you did it.
There's no like joie de vivre in the studio whatsoever. It actually was taking us a lot longer to get through basics because it just all sounded sort of shitty to us. And we're interviewed we keep doing interviews with these English rags essentially, and his like thing of like, I'm gonna keep it, let's keep it secret and we'll just die out. And I was just like, fuck that. Like, okay, I'll keep it secret that you're breaking up because you want to continue with this record. I guess, again, for me, it was just like, it was in motion, so I guess I did it. That's the only thing I can say, was like, it was in motion. So I couldn't figure out how to jump off the bus. But I just was just like, so we would be interviewed, and I'd just be, well, I don't want to answer for that asshole, but I can tell you he probably can't articulate an answer for it. Like, I was just like, I was like, I don't think you can try talking to him. He doesn't form sentences very well. I was just like, I was 100% hostile.
So they're all those quotes are probably like from that time period.
all. Because
there's one, and he's just like, I don't know why anyone would be in a band with Julie. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah.
It made me sad even reading it.
Yeah, no. We were, and he was, by the way, oh my God, he was such actually a gentleman, because he tried, I mean, it's his inclination is to say nothing and to hold his tongue. But, I mean, you know, I was practically like hitting him on the head. And so eventually it's just like I think at one point we insist on being interviewed in separate rooms. And then the interviewer, of course, like read what I had said to him. And I think that was his reply to that was just, so that interview, the one you're talking about, literally was conducted separately. But I was conducted with me first. And then it was read to him what I said. And he didn't respond to 95% of what I said. But he did say that. We got home and I was just like, we had only covered basics. We were always going to do like most of the recording there and then come back and finish it up in the States, you know. But we got barely through all the basics, but we did get through the basics. And we come back and we're not speaking. And we don't speak for like 2 months. And in that time, I'm sort of thinking like, this record is not happening. Like, I can't believe I recorded that record.
Yeah.
Like, we don't need to release that record. That record's not happening. I can't possibly go into a recording studio with John. I don't know what I was thinking. And at the end of that 2-month period, John came over. And I'm not clear whether I quit, he fired. I think it was combination. Like, he came to my door and we just basically were like, we can't do anything. We can't continue together. Like, and I was like, absolutely not. And I think I assumed, you know, I think I assumed during that conversation that he would not finish the record. But then I think he wrote me and said, like, I am going to go into the recording studio and finish the record. And I realized, well, of course he is. He can't not turn in the paper. He can't, like, he's constitutionally incapable of not finishing the paper. Me, I cannot finish. I can take it incomplete, but John can't. Like, John can't. And I was mad. I was mad that they were finishing it. But I was like, I can't be in the recording studio with you. And he was like, no, we can't be in the recording studio, so we're just going to finish it without you. And I was like, well, fuck it, go ahead. Do it. So I don't think it's sounding very good.
Yeah.
So that was Dial-M for Motherfucker. It's a great record, I guess. I really didn't think, I think a lot of people think that's the best record. I don't think so, but a lot of people do. Part of it's that it's the 4 guitars, and they like both Neil and Kurt or something, and whatever. To me, it's just like those songs had a completely different life, and the basic tracks, again, that was just like the grimmest version of that record, which had not been meant to be so grim. It was sort of more, there's a song off that record called Dick Johnson, which is sort of like nice, you know, like that's as poppy as Pussy Galore ever got. Yeah. It wasn't like the other songs were nearly as poppy as that, but they were slightly more in that tone, but they all became sort of, and John, like, and he did say, like, Pussy Galore were, I think, on the back of that record, and so he listed all of us, and I don't think he intended on working on anything more than that, because he started Boss Hog with Christina, but eventually him, Neil, and Bob Burr record one more record, just the 3 of them, this Historia de la Rock, or whatever. But that's really sort of the first blues explosion record in some ways, as opposed to the last Pussy Galore record. He was starting to shift into what he found interesting and a much more pared down, rootsy songwriting thing. But he doesn't really consider that. I mean, I think I really like that record, but I don't consider that a Pussy Galore record. It doesn't sound anything like it. It's not because of me. It just sounds like a completely different band. and it was, and he doesn't really, and he sort of feels the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Within a couple of years, I mean, John and I definitely were like very sad and angry with each other, but I think it only really took a year and a half or a year for us to be like, yeah, what the fuck were we doing? I didn't want to just stay in a band with you. Like, just like it was like not, you weren't meant to marry that, your first girlfriend, although he was. It was also although he was, one isn't. It's like when we formed that band, we were not forming a band that was meant to record like 5 or 6 records. We were not, it wasn't a long-term project, it was a short-term project. And so, you know, I feel nothing but affection for him and Christina now.
Yeah.
And that was repaired very quickly. Although people always assumed that we hated each other.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they thought we hated each other before, and that wasn't true either. But we certainly did fight. We did fight. So, you know, as an antidote to that situation, you know, I wasn't sure I wanted to be in any band again because I was just like, well, now I get to sink. It's like my appendix. I get to sink out of this world that I just sort of stumbled into. Mm-hmm. And I just thought, okay, so that's over. So, you know, I've got to figure out something else to do. And what was strange to me was to find out and sort of figure out about myself, like, oh, but it's not. Like, I miss it. Like, I have an identity as a musician that is now hooked into me in some way. That I always felt like such a sort of poser or some kind of fraud, you know, because I couldn't call myself a musician. And yet, all of a sudden I found like, oh, you know, like, I kept looking at my sad guitar that I still couldn't play and like wanting to pick it up and do something. But I didn't know what to do. I was working at CBGB's record store, Record Canteen. And the manager there and I decided to record. We did something under the moniker Action Swingers. The Action Swingers.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but I read
which was very sort of almost like 70s punk. It's good. It's good for what it is, which is just like trashy 70s punk, which can be great. That's not my bag so much, but I think Action Swingers were really good at it. But that's just not like, I don't like the Ramones. Yeah, that's right. I don't like the Ramones.
I think we talked about that when I met you the first time. Ramones, Bob Dylan.
No, and so eventually, you know, I meeting through my boyfriend at the time and just friends with this band called The Unsane, and I meet through The Unsane, I meet the lead singer's girlfriend, this woman Jackie, and she's never played an instrument and she wants to form a band. And I already knew Sally Berry from the Honeymoon Killers, and then Jackie Nimitz knew this woman, Melissa Huffsmith. She knew her from, like, they had gone to Sarah Lawrence together. Yeah. And Melissa could really play the guitar. Jackie had never played any instrument again, and Sally was going to be the drummer. And she wanted to play, and I wasn't really thinking it seriously, but okay. And there was a huge difference between me and Jackie in terms of Jackie had never played the guitar, but Jackie, like a normal able-bodied person, could actually be taught how to play the guitar. Like, I picked it up and like could sing and play at the same time. I could never sing and play at the same time. Like, I still can't. My coordination is so bad. Like, I don't, like, what? Like, I need my mind to tell my fingers where to go. My fingers can't be just working independently. I can't be singing words. That's supposed to be going like, no, there, down there. And I can barely sing like, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like
Oh.
I can only sing if it's literally in time with this
With your
hand,
arm.
with my strumming hand. It's insane. And it's just as bad now as it ever was in terms of me being able to do that. But she wasn't a songwriter because she didn't play an instrument.
Yeah.
So it was weird because all of a sudden I was the John. Like Melissa could really play, and so we had it covered. Like she could be the lead guitarist, but Melissa, I think she'd been in a band before, but I think they were all nervous about me. They were all intimidated by me, and I was like, okay, I think I should probably leave that dynamic, which is so mean. But I was just like, okay, I think that's probably good.
Yeah.
I'll leave them nervous about me. Sally, Barry, the drummer who'd been in this band, Honeymoon Killers, she wasn't nervous about me, but she kept her mouth shut because she knew I was a pussycat or whatever. But with Jackie and Melissa, who I was very fond of, both of them, I was sort of like, okay, bands are dictatorship. This is what I know about bands.
You said that?
Yeah, they're dictatorships. So you can salute me. I will be the Napoleon of this one.
Did you want to do an all-girl band?
I had actually it was just not, no, it really wasn't conscious.
Yeah.
But I was sort of like, well, at least I'm not in a room with a bunch of assholes. Like, I was just sort of like, I think it was sort of, it was not conscious, but it was.
When I read about STP, it's like,
always all
Julie Cafritz, all-girl band. I'm like, oh, I wonder if that was on purpose.
It really wasn't. And Jackie brought it to me.
Yeah.
And then I just sort of took it over because in a vacuum, somebody had to lead it. And she eventually was writing some of the songs. She wrote all her own lyrics, and she said, I was writing the lion's share of the songs. Melissa and her were writing a little bit. Melissa certainly was writing all her parts, but I was, for the most part, writing my parts and Jackie's parts. She could play chords even. But I couldn't sing on them. So it was a little bit strange because...
Oh, I remember you mentioned this before, too.
Yeah.
You didn't like her voice or something. Like,
well, no, her voice wasn't that dissimilar from my voice, but it was just weird.
I could tell. I was like, who is this? Because I thought it was going to be you. And I'm like, that's not Julie.
No, so it wasn't, but it was similar enough to my voice, and yet I didn't like it as much. But it was more just like you write a song. I mean, John had written songs. I'd written just a couple of songs in Pussy Galore. But John, for the most part, any song that I sang was a song that John wrote, and then he said, okay, you sing it, write some lyrics, sing it. But we didn't even do much of that. So I was just like writing the songs. I couldn't sing and play, so she would have to sing them. And I realized I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't, if she had been writing her songs and she had been singing them, it wasn't like I intrinsically had a problem with her voice or her lyrics. But they weren't her songs, they were my songs. And so in my head, they sounded different.
Yeah.
And I couldn't remedy it. Because I knew I couldn't sing it. And she was gotten used to being the lead singer, and I was just like, okay, so I can't remedy this. And I was just like, I realized, okay, I don't like female voices. Hello, Smith. I don't like female voices particularly. If it's mine, I don't have to listen to it because I don't have to listen to it. It just comes out of me. And I don't listen to my own records because I can't, because it's my voice. So I don't want to be in a girl band and listen to some other girl sing, yell at somebody. If somebody's going to be yelling with that unpleasant voice, it might as well be me.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, there was a conscious choice for me after STP to say no more all-girl bands.
Oh.
So it wasn't a conscious choice for me to say all-girl, but there was a conscious choice to say like no all-girl. So even though Freakin' was almost all-girl.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't, because, what was it?
Mark Eyebald. Even when Mark Eyebald from Pavement was the bass player.
Okay.
I mean, when we first started, we had a weird lineup with this dude, Eric, who was very sweet, who was a drummer. And it was like Kim and I on guitar and him on drums, but then we switched to Yoshimi from the Boredoms on drums, and Mark on bass, and Kim and me. But just even having one male there changed that energy or something. And I just was like, I mean, there was a weird transition between sort of starting in a band and not being a little bit like Lydia Lunch, not thinking about being the only girl in a band, and not thinking about being a woman in a band, because there were just not enough women even to be a topic. And then when people brought it up, I was just like, well, that's, not interesting to me. And yet it's also not interesting to me to not, like, now I'm like, I can't believe I was so closed off to that idea and didn't think about that more, that there's just a lack of maturity for me to sort of posture against being a woman in a band seems ridiculous. But I think I just thought I was larger than female or male. I was just me, right? But I think we all have those delusions of grandeur, and it's actually not true. But when STP formed, which was right before those Riot Girl bands were just starting to form. In fact, like Toby and Kathy from Bikini Kill had we were touring with Sonic Youth and Nirvana, and STP was opening for Sonic Youth and for Nirvana and Sonic Youth. Sonic Youth were headlining, and like we were playing in Seattle and in Portland, and Kathy
so was
Wilcox,
it like 90 or something?
Yeah,
it was like
1990,
right before.
right? And Kathy Wilcox and Toby come to that show, and Toby's dating Kurt Cobain at that point. And a lot of those girls see that show, and I don't know if it's true, but they were all like, oh my God, we saw STP, and then all these girls formed bands, but I did not think of it as like, I'm part of an all-girl band, revolution. I sort of wish, I sort of missed that, and even...
You could have said it first.
I was just like, don't be a coat hanger. I loved the Riot Girl rhetoric.
Yeah.
I actually had not read all they were like, again, much more studious. Sorry, I need to check the time. Sorry.
I know.
Because I have children.
Yeah,
what time are we?
Yeah, so it was STP, Nirvana, going into Free Kitten. Did you take any time off in between? You pretty much like...
Yeah, no, I do. I don't take much time off, but I do take a, Pussy Galore breaks up. It's a good, 8 months. Then I sort of start the Action Swingers, and that's just sort of a very side thing. We just record a 7-inch. And then I do STP in 89. And that really that sort of begins at the beginning of 89. Yeah. And ends with the end of 89 or something. And then I go back into college at that point.
Oh, okay. So you went to college before.
I went to NYU, and so I go to NYU and sort of.
And how old were you then? You still weren't really.
I wasn't that old, but I was.
25 or something.
Yeah, or 25 or 26.
Yeah. Okay.
I had to do 5 semesters. I got all my credits for Brown, but I still had 5 semesters or something. So I did it 2.5 years at NYU and at Gallatin. And so, and while I'm there, and that was really great. It was really great to be in school, and felt very unreal then sort of to be jumping back between school and music, but in some ways that made both feel better. Yeah. and so SCP is sort of fairly short-lived because we do this tour in '89, and then I'm like, that doesn't really work for me. And then I do something jokey, which is the Velvet Monkeys, and I forget what year that was. That was an all-star. We did one record and we did a tour, and that was like an all-star cast of. And I'll mention it because it was funny because it was Jay Mascis.
Oh, no kidding.
Thurston Moore, Don Fleming, and this guy Malcolm. And they were all, and Malcolm had been in the Velvet Monkeys, and me. So 5 guitars. 5 guitars. And then I forget who's playing bass. And then John Hamill comes up because John Hamill knew the Velvet Monkeys, knew Don Fleming and knew all of the Velvet Monkeys from D.C. because the Velvet Monkeys had started off in D.C. Okay. Don Fleming moves to New York, becomes a producer, and does a bunch of stuff, including STP. Yeah. But I had gotten to know him because his wife, Margaret, she and Don and my sister Daisy and her husband Rob, my husband at the time, Bob Lawton, who was a booking agent, and Kim and Thurston, the 8 of us sort of formed our like core group of people. So Don decides to do a Velvet Monkeys record, and he invites all of us to do it, essentially. I'm the only girl. And Jay has, as usual, like a ridiculous rig. I don't know if he actually had a Marshall stack. Certainly had at least one Marshall. I think he had 2 in certain places. But Thurston, all of them are playing, and I was just playing my little Peavey. But it's a little lesson, which is that my Peavey, like, I've heard some live recordings of the Velvet Monkeys, and I swear basically the only thing you can hear is my guitar.
Oh, no kidding.
Because even with all those dudes, because what happened is that we weren't playing, it wasn't like we were playing huge clubs. We were playing smallish clubs, and we were just like taking up the whole stage, and they wouldn't mic anything except my Peavey, and
because
then
it's so small. Like, we better mic this one.
Yeah. And so and also my amp setup is so that it gears way to the low end. So I'm sort of not playing bass, but that's maybe a little bit of a technicality because I sort of perform the function of bass with all these other guitar players that I play with. And I go back to school, and I finished school, but I haven't committed to going to graduate school yet. School will cure you of the desire to go to more school, as far as I
know. I thought, I'm like, I'm ready. I'm like, maybe I can like work for a year or something. So I'm not really doing it. I do school sort of through 92, and I'm working at the record store, and I'm doing sort of joke side project bands, and then it's sort of I'm not playing with really anybody. And Kim, who always wants to encourage all her friends, was very much sort of like she really wanted me to, get back to playing because she didn't want me to stop playing permanently. And because I was sort of like, oh no, I'm going to go to graduate school and I'm going to teach. Like, I don't know if I need music anymore. And she's like, oh no, music needs you. Well, that's so like I love that because of course it's like not true, but and so we hatch Free Kitten, and it's sort of a response. Like Thurston was and Lee were playing a lot of improv at that point. That was sort of when the Sonic Youth Players started. They had always been interested, and they'd always done weird little noise things on the side, but they were just starting to play with some like Charles Gale and these like sort of heavier jazz cats, and
I of course hated it. I didn't like anything about what they were doing. And I was like, we could do better than that. Like, Kim, you and I, even if playing shitty improv, could do better than that. And then Kim seized on that to be like, yes, we could. Let's you could be in a band with me. And I was like, oh. And then I was like, okay.
You say no.
And it was nice for her because I said, I can't be in a band with a bass player. You can't play bass. And she's like, oh, I'm tired of the bass. So she started playing guitar, and I can't even remember when we recorded our first record. No.
You were still in New York in school when Free Kitten started? I can't remember when you moved here.
Yeah, no, I didn't move here until 2000.
Okay.
And I think Free Kitten sort of started in maybe 93, 94 at the latest, I can't remember.
I saw you guys, I saw this old MTV video with that girl with the glasses. I forget her name.
Oh, Kennedy.
Yeah,
Wait, so it had to be, maybe it was 92 that we started. That would make sense chronologically. We would have started sort of in our rawest form in 92, I think by, or 93, I think when we did that, the MTV Beach House.
That's what it was. Yeah, that was funny.
That was just insane.
Well, because I just wanted to see if you said anything. It's really annoying. Like, I mean, even watching Pussy Galore videos, and there's a couple of Free Kitten, and I love Sonic Youth, I love Kim Gordon, but like the camera never goes to you. A bunch of the Free Kitten videos is like just Kim Gordon, you can't see anybody else in the band.
But I'll explain to you that, which is that those, when you see live Free Kitten, there's a guy who's a total sweetheart who always had this show called The Wendy Hour. This guy Bob Teagan, I think he lives in Colorado. I don't know where Bob's money comes from, but Bob is obsessed with Sonic Youth, and Bob basically has recorded, like videotaped every show that from the moment he became obsessed with them, which was very early on, and he's obsessed with them collectively and individually. So like he flies, maybe not. I don't think I think he has gone to shows in Japan, but maybe there are places he limits himself from going. And now I think he's older than them, so he must be getting fairly old. Not much older. I don't know. Anyway, Bob Teagan filmed all of that stuff for the Wendy Hour.
That explains it.
It's only Kim.
And it's not even her instrument, it's just like her hands and like the microphone.
But I will say that it's not as creepy as it sounds, because he does the same thing for Thurston. He does the same thing for Lee.
Because I wanted to see everybody. I wanted to see the drum. Well, I was watching them to see you and like old Pussy Galore videos and stuff. You can see you sometimes.
Yoshimi from the Boredoms. I'd played with the Boredoms. They had opened for Pussy Galore in Japan on our first tour in Japan.
Yeah. That's a crazy band.
That's a crazy band. But Yoshimi's another top cat. I mean, she's just like, she's an amazing drummer. She's good at anything she does. That's Yoshimi. So the Boredoms are another band that seemed to be just like a insane shambles. I once went to a Boredoms practice, and the lead singer, he was worse than any James Brown. They were writing a song when I saw them, and he would talk through the mic at the whole time, which in a practice situation, a rehearsal thing, that's a real asshole dick move. I mean, it's one thing when everybody's playing to say like, hey you guys, but it's another thing to be addressing the band through the mic in a small tiny practice rehearsal space. But he would have them practice, and I basically watched them practice like 6 phrases, which equaled like, I think they practiced for 2 hours. It probably ended up being, I don't know whether it was 45 seconds of a song, but those 45 seconds were parsed into and he doesn't play an instrument, so he sort of is, but he knows what he wants, and so he would tell them sort of what he wanted and so the guitarist was the only person who had any autonomy, and he would sort of maybe start playing a riff. He was older, and I didn't tell him what to do except to stop. But he'd be like, doo-doo-doo-doo. And then I-Chum would be like, which means stop. and then he would like have the drummers do something. It would be like, they do something like insanely complicated, but they just go, and he'd go, and then it would start again. And then, and it was so belabored. It was insane. And she's just like, she's a monster drummer. There's a line in a Free Kitten song where she's just like, you know, boys are afraid of my big drum sound or whatever. My bigger than any boy's sound. And it's so true because her drumming is just like insane. But she was also like the #1 youth weaver when she was in Japan, which is a big deal. Of these like really, like I think her loom was as big as that room. Oh my God. You know, and the Boredoms met in art college in Osaka. Anyway, she was the drummer for Free Kitten, and she's an amazing, amazing drummer. So, like, if I was going to watch anybody in Free Kitten, the person to watch would have been Yoshimi.
Yeah, I was hoping to see a little bit of her.
But you weren't going to see any of her in the Wendy Hour videos. Free Kitten was fun because it was, you know, a group full of sort of second bananas. We were all from different bands. Not a single one of the people, including Kim, was the main songwriter of the main band they were in. And so this was a band. And that band was much more collaborative. So I was used to these dictatorships where the songwriter, whoever was writing the song, at any given moment was the person who was telling everybody else what to do. Sonic Youth never worked that way. Sonic Youth, Thurston would usually bring a riff in, but then they'd all sort of organically, I don't know. I can't even, it's like, again, that's one of those things where my limited musicianship and workings of my brain are sort of like, I don't even know how that works exactly, but in so much that I vaguely do, it would be sort of from how Free Kitten works, because that was a little, I still was like, I brought discipline because it's the only way I can function. But so, you know, whether it started with my riff or if it started with Kim's riff, Kim will like play a riff and then immediately forget it. Or like, you know, like she can learn songs, but she doesn't like to set songs. And she just like, she'll play a ton of interesting things, but then you'll say like, oh, but play that first thing. And she's like, what? Like she doesn't. And so I felt like my job in Free Kitten in some ways was to catch what was just sort of casually coming off of Kim's guitar and set it. And go like, okay, you know, Mark Eyebold and I would both sort of do that in conjunction. And so she and Kim sometimes would be like, you know, most of the time Kim would be like, oh, that's so, you know, like, she would really enjoy it. She would not even notice that people had sort of organized around her. And she'd be like, I think it goes from, you know, I think the B part sort of, I think that might be here, you know, like this.
That's so funny. I would never think that.
And I would be like, no.
Yeah.
You think? And she'd go, no, I really think. And I'd be like, oh, I really know. And
I really do.
I would. You know, I couldn't. I still don't know how to read music or anything. So it's all like 5A, 7B.
That's so great. I remember we talked about this one in the campus center when we met too. About we were talking about Mary Timony and just like math brain counting musicians, and then just kind of like when you just feel it, like this is how the riff goes, and all of my friends I've ever played with like count and write things down.
But but you feel?
Yeah, I don't read music either, but I've always played by ear, and I'm just like, no, you can't just feel that it happens then. My friend Sophia's like, no, it's 5 times.
Right.
How many
I'm always like, I like, my shit is tight because I know that was 16 times.
But I would have thought like that Kim Gordon was a counter. So it's funny that she's not a counter and you're the counter.
She's not a counter.
Because the whole like chaos and noise and I don't know.
Right.
I just
No.
I would have thought it was more.
She's not a counter at all, and she's very good at feeling things out.
Mm-hmm.
But if she feels wrong, we all know when it changes. Do we all know when it changes, Tanya? Are you changing
that
at
happens
the right
to me? I'll
time?
be like, oh, I wasn't right.
Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes we would be playing. I mean, most of the time she was spot on, but occasionally she'd just be like, and she'd be like, I think I hit it right, and I'd be like, you can think all you want, lady. But
yeah, you're like my Sophia.
Yeah,
because she loves to prove me wrong too. She's like, let's listen to it.
Yeah, exactly. That would be my thing. And I would be like, well, I just happen to have my notebook here. And that's our Kim's and my only tension playing really is around stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because for her, especially, I mean, even much more so in the last 10 years, like if it ever was counting, I mean, I don't even know if it's feel. Yeah. I think now it's nothing. Just like whatever. There's nothing like anchoring her. She's just like, she's like, it's emotion or something. What?
That's too deep for me.
But and so for me, I can't even. My brain doesn't work that way. I can't play that way. It's just like I'm not. I'm neither a good enough or bad enough musician to do that. So she's gotten progressively sort of more abstract, and I've never sort of lost my like concrete.
Yeah.
It was strange. So we formed Free Kitten, and we do, we just periodically keep recording and touring right through 1998. Mm-hmm. I go back to school in 96 and get my master's, finish it in 98. I also get pregnant in 98, or maybe at the end of 97. And so I'm just finishing up my student teaching, and we're finishing the Free Kitten record, and my baby is almost finished cooking in my belly, and it's all sort of a race against time before that baby is born.
Yeah.
And then I have Alice at the end of 98, and I start teaching the following September. Like I start teaching at a high school in New York, where I'd done student taught, and we had mixed. It took us a while to mix that last Free Kitten record at that point, and we didn't tour on it because I had Alice, but I did teach after I had Alice, and then in 2000. Kim and Thurston already moved up here, and we move up here. Mm-hmm. And I just remember visiting it and finding it like incredibly pleasant and very livable and close to New York and not too far from all the people that I really care about. So it was a good place as opposed to just going like, let's move to Portland, Oregon, which in some ways would be like, it has, better restaurants and is bigger, and so it's more fun from that point of view. But it was too far away to be relevant. Or Chapel Hill, North Carolina, another like college town, that all too far from New York. And then I had really, we moved here and I stopped playing the guitar.
Mm.
And I don't know how long it took me to unpack my guitar, but I mean, it wasn't like it was in the basement, but boy, was it put away. And we would my husband at the time, he liked to sort of jam or whatever. He played the piano, and and he also had a guitar, and there's nothing like somebody else playing the guitar to make you feel like snatching the guitar out of their hands and saying, let me have that. So I would sort of periodically snatch the guitar out of his guitar out of his hands and start playing. But for the most part, I was just not interested in music. And
Were you teaching yet?
I was not even teaching yet. Like
your daughter was really young.
Yeah, she was 2.
Okay.
And I started teaching Spanish, but that was really part-time. But I just was not, it was just like I didn't miss New York. I really didn't miss playing. It was just like my attention had switched to teaching and children, and it was just like music just wasn't interesting to me. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't really listening to music either. It wasn't just that I wasn't playing music. Didn't want to go to shows. I didn't want to listen to records. I just sort of reverted back to my, 5th grade self. Yeah. Sort of like, I don't actually like music. I mean, that was the weird thing, was like when I first started in bands, when I first started school, one of the things that John liked about me was, my big thing was just like, I don't even fucking like music. That was like, he found that endlessly attractive, like somebody who's just like, well, then you're the perfect person to start a band with. And so I sort of went back to a stance which was like, I don't even fucking like music. And I can do these things that are sort of more satisfying to me than music ever was. And then about the time I went, like Ollie was born in 2003, and then in 2005, I think I tried to go back to school and get a PhD, and lasted like 2 months. And then, but there was something missing. Like Ollie was like 2.5, and I was bored out of my mind. And I wasn't teaching at Holyoke Community College yet. I didn't really have a teaching gig that I found satisfying. And I was not I think there are a lot of mothers who, there are people who endlessly talk about like, playing with blocks, I've discovered, so I learned something from my child every day. And I was just like, that's funny, because children are idiots. Like, you mean children, those know-nothings, literally. I couldn't and it was, you see your child learn something like object permanence, by dropping a block, and then like having this delighted response. Yeah. And you're like, oh my God, that was so cute. Wish I had it on camera. Okay. That moment is lost forever in then 10,000 moments when your child reteaches its block knocking down skills. And I'm just like, why would that be continuing interest for me? Like, I love Ollie, but like, okay, so my job now is to just build block structures for him to knock down. Okay, that's not really utilizing all my capabilities.
What was an interview that you did, the Free Kitten album that came out in like 2008 or
right
it was late 2000s. Yeah. And you described motherhood as being like a roadie You're like,
no, because you have to like be prepared for everything. So you're like carrying all this shit and you're driving people around.
Did you plan on like getting married, having children?
I did. I was from a really large family, so I had, I had 4 brothers and sisters, and then I now have 3 half brothers. So there were 8 of us, all total, and I had, really loved being part of this very special family, and it never occurred to me that I wouldn't have children.
Oh, okay.
And it's just like, even my oldest brother, who was, in the closet and gay, managed to have children.
Yeah.
I was just like, I was just like, apparently we're all gonna have. So it never occurred to me not to have children. Yeah. And when Kim, who was the first person, sort of, because she was slightly or not so slightly older than me, she was the first person to have a kid when she had Coco. Yeah. And she had Coco quite late. And I just was like, oh, this is easy. Like, I'm very maternal. Like, this is, I can do that. And then my sister had my nephew, and I felt the same way. And then I had Alice, and I was just like, oh my God, this is so fucking hard. Yeah. And I'm so not a natural at this, and it's just, I was really blown away by how much harder it was than I expected. And I think that, for me, I'm sure it'll have diminishing returns. And so, like, Alice can slow down now. She's 16. Yeah. But each year that my children have grown older, they're, like, more interested. Like, I find them absolutely, it's more interesting to me. Baby.
He's adorable.
He's really.
I would like. Yeah. I don't even really like him that much. I'm like,
no, and they both were, and Alice, my daughter, is just like so fucking smart. Yeah. And so intellectual, and just like, and such a good person, and just like, and can teach her how to do anything. She's like completely very different than me. He's much more like me, but I still, like, now I'm starting to look at babies and go like, oh my God, they're so cute. And I would definitely babysit a baby. Like,
oh, okay.
And I'm not going to snatch a baby. No, I would never have a baby. I would never have. But I definitely like babies. Like, for a long time, babies themselves were not attractive to me at all. Like, it's like, I've got my own cute baby. Why would I be interested in you? Like, and just like, babies, like, get me away from that baby. Because I don't want to get stuck on the playground swinging. And it's really weird because I guess I feel like during this interview I'm revealing an incredible lack of imagination or empathy, but there are things that I can't understand. Like, the playground is a really good one. Like, I took my kids to the playground every single day. Mm-hmm. So I defy anybody to actually find the playground interesting. And I don't know why they do. I don't know why some people...
I find it horrifying.
Somehow can sort of like... find, like, there's certain repetitive tests with children, like bathing, which are really like lovely and sort of soothing, and you just like, there's just something, I don't know, very like, I always liked, like, shampooing my children's hair and watching them bathe, and stuff like that, and but there are other things where it's just like, well, why would you like to do that? And why would you like to do that 12 times a day, every day for the next 3 years?
Does it. Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody does it. So like, if you could be on a playground, I was watching The Babadook, which is a horror movie, which is really interesting because it's about a mother and child's relationship, and you don't know, like, it's the worst and most, it's sort of like The Shining, except mother and daughter.
Oh.
I mean, mother and son, and it's the worst, like, kind of horror where you don't know whether it's an unreliable, untrustworthy adult figure, or whether it's a demon seed child. And so you just don't know, is this child unlovable, or is this mother, crazy? Like, and so it's just like, just the worst situation for either mother or child or something. But, I think that there are just so many things where, like, you're really sort of going through the motions. I don't know how you would do it without a sense of going through the motions. So it's like, I didn't want to be a factory worker either. Like, I feel like very lucky that I don't have to be working in a factory. So she's on a playground and she's talking to her sister, which, I mean, the movie hit home a little too much. Yeah. My sister lives 5 minutes away, and our daughters were 10 days apart, and my son Ollie is 11 months younger than her daughter Freddie, and so we were always lucky because we could spend that playground time together. But the child is sort of climbing on a jungle gym swing type situation. He's going like, mommy. It's a sort of repellent way that you're supposed to find repulsive, because at that point your loyalties are supposed to be with her, and you're supposed to detest this sort of kid. And she's just talking to her sister, and they're sort of engrossed in conversation, which is in part about him. And at one point they sort of look up, and he's at the very top of the structure, not like standing up, could totally like break his neck. And that kind of, and it's a great thing for mothers to see, because of course, you fucking get engaged. Like, there were so many moments where you would be like engaged, and then you'd notice like the fork's just about to go into the socket, and you jump to attention. So, there were times when you were on the playground where you were talking with, I was talking with my sister, or you were talking with friends, or you develop peers who just are at the playground, right? And so that can sort of be social time, and I can see sort of how somebody might be able to be like, well, this is my social life. My children are my social life.
Yeah, I know.
But
like that.
I never, like, I try not to, I'm endlessly amused by my children, but I don't believe they are on this earth. They don't exist on this earth to amuse me. That's not what I'm trying to do for them. I'm trying to make them, I say this to my students, I'm trying to grow, I'm trying to make adults. Like my responsibility as a parent is to take care of a child from 0 to 18, to turn them into a loving, responsible, secure, independent adult or something. And just doing that is really fucking hard, and without then putting all your expectations on your child or treating them like some performing monkey. So if I'm not using my children as a source of endless amusement, then there is going to be a certain amount of, in sort of fostering their well-being, total fucking drudgery for, in particular, mothers, but some fathers.
So is that when that, mention that period, but the itch to kind of,
absolutely,
like, there was that big gap between
right, so there was that big gap, and so what happens is, like, when I start going to school, I have this commute to Boston, and I want to, so I start listening to music. All of a sudden, I start getting back into listening to music. I'm not just listening to music that I once liked, I'm listening to a lot of music that I I never had listened to, or I had listened to, like 10cc was a really good example of what I was listening to, because I was listening, you know, I had heard 10cc, huge radio hits. I had heard them, and I had clocked them as something I liked someplace in my brain. Right?
Yeah.
I was really not listening to the radio as a little kid, but surprisingly, all this stuff was sort of locked in my brain somewhere, and so then I started becoming really interested in just like the lushness of that incredible production, and just like things that, I mean, people like 10cc, I mentioned them because, I mean, the production on those records is insane. And so you've got them multi-tracking voices, and they'll do 120 tracks of one voice. They had double drummers. They doubled every lead on the guitar, and it just sounds like the most amazing. Like, I don't know why any of us ever play a guitar lead that isn't double.
Yeah.
I know why I don't because I can't repeat a lead twice the exact same way. But and then I started like, okay, well, what are other what's other, like, what was happening? So that's happening in 72. You know, what's happening in 1970? What's happening in 1968? Like, so I start going to sort of British hard rock and psych, and I'm just listening to all this stuff, and I'm just finding a million bands that I hadn't ever even heard of, let alone been into, and after listening to music, it makes me want to, like, it just something, like, I found myself sort of taking out my guitar, and I started fooling around with it. And Kim, such a devil. It was like the John call of, like, I heard you've been playing guitar. Kim somehow was like, I don't know who she was talking to, but she was like, I heard you've been playing guitar. And I was like, yeah, I have been. I just like, and then she, of course, immediately wants to record.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is it? You have to concretize everything, you know. And she's like, yes, we do. You know, we have to go into the recording studio. And so in 2008, we do that. And it's, you know, she's much more just into improv now. So we did, that record was slightly different. That record was slightly different because we, you know, she wanted to do, that's how she's doing her songwriting. She didn't want me to set her songwriting. She wanted, you know, she wanted it to be sort of, and it was just Yoshimi, Kim and I. Mark wasn't there. Now, I still don't like to work that way, so she had gotten me on false pretenses because she was like, we'll just practice once a week. And so I was sort of steadily writing songs, and I was like recording them on tape so we wouldn't forget them. Yeah. But she was like, and she was practicing those songs, but then when we got to the recording studio, she was just like, yeah, we're going to improv this whole shit. And I was just like, oh my God, no, we aren't. So there's a little bit of a battle on that record because I keep sort of, I'm just like.
Is that why you haven't released anything since
well,
then? I mean, just different.
Yeah, I mean, just
processes.
Besides, just different processes. I mean, Kim was always much more sort of far out as a musician, but she'd gotten so much more far out in the 10 years that we, you know, I mean, I guess it wasn't quite 10 years since we hadn't played, but, oh no, I guess it was 10 years. 1998 to 2008. Yeah. I think we started playing in 2007, so it was 9 years. But she had, like, if you looked at those Sonic Youth records and her side project, you'd also see the same progression towards just more far out, nothing sort of tethering her. I'm much more stopped in time because I hadn't played.
Yeah.
And so I was not, it was interesting to me. When I moved here, I hadn't skied in something like 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, I'm here, might as well ski. And the first day I skied, and it was new skis, they had new shaped skis. The first day I skied here, I was better than the last day I had skied as a 20-year-old, even though I'd been skiing all my teendom and everything. And
Oh, okay.
now we're gonna. But same thing with the guitar.
Yeah.
When I picked up my guitar, when I reopened my guitar, and I hadn't played guitar in all that time, but I was so much more relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
I had a completely different relationship to the guitar. And it's just like, I played immediately 1,000 times better than I'd ever played the entire time I was in bands. Very strange.
Huh.
But I still don't play like that. Okay.
Cable guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Expand on the Motherhood.
Okay, so in that interview that you read, I mentioned that a mother, sort of, you have to be a sociopath.
Mm-hmm.
It requires some sociopathic skills.
I think that's the word.
In other words, in order to get through those tasks, you have to be able to dissociate away from them to a certain extent.
Yeah.
So, like, I became, like, I could read, like, my children like certain books over and over again, and I could read them easily over and over again because I could read them, and somehow I could also be composing a concerto.
Yeah.
Like, I could have done I could have solved a really hard math problem. No moment was sort of richer of the mind than the moments that I was stuck reading for the 40th time some piece of shit that I didn't want to read.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I guess there are two ways to handle it. It would be to, become completely and totally somehow absorbed in it and present in the moment. I see people who do it, and I see people who do it well, and yet I don't. And then, like, when they're doing it, you can sort of do it. Like, when you're with somebody who's sort of like, I can see them with their kid, and I can be like, oh yeah, okay, but or you have to be able to sort of, separate from or you develop these other coping skills, and as long as you don't disassociate from your child, so that was the tricky thing for me, which is, I did not. I mean, with Alice, I was just overwhelmed by just she had colic, and it was just like, oh my God, I'm not as good at this as I thought. But I had to be I was so overwhelmed by the process that I wasn't not engaged in it. It was like a fucking battle for hers and my life or something. But when Ollie came around, I was an old hand.
I know the second one. I can.
And so I was just like, how do you, like, make it so that these responsibilities that you have, whether it's like sitting in a carpool line to pick up your child, they're going to be every day in, day out. But they're not ones you can love, and yet there's your child. So, like, how do you still love while you're reading that shitty book, how do you still stay, and you're composing the concerto, how do you still stay somewhat, connected to your child so that you notice when they've also fallen asleep or something. And that's the tricky thing. And I tried to do that a lot. I tried to be mindful of that. It's just like, no matter, like, not to treat the children like drudgery, but treat all the shit that went along with children like drudgery.
Mm-hmm.
And that's,
I really like that you
task.
talk about it honestly. When I read that interview, I'm like, oh, finally someone's saying it. So yeah, I didn't want you to think that.
Oh no! And I don't have any. I don't have any real problem with. I mean, it's just. I remember. I wrote a song for that record. It was very funny. I thought it was very funny. And I can't. It's like I shouldn't talk about it. I said I didn't release the song, so I'm going to talk about it. But I'll talk about it. Which is that I wrote a song, and it was a total bragging song. Mm-hmm. And it was about my son, and it was about his dick, and him having like a big dick. Mm-hmm. The whole premise of the song was like, that was mine.
Yeah.
Like, like I know where he gets that from. That's just me. That's pure me, and it's as I always suspected or whatever. But my sister came in and she's like, you can't write a song about your son. It's big dick. Like, like that doesn't, like, he's not going to want to, he's not going to want to read about it. Yeah, exactly. You can't do that. That's like, you can't do that. And I was somehow really deflated, like that she couldn't see that it really wasn't a song about that at all. But then, my shrink sort of agreed with her, so I was just like, okay, so I guess you're being too edgy. Like, you're capable of saying things that you are best left unsaid. So this is a moment when, even though you can justify it, mm-hmm. it's like, apparently, if you listen to those advisors around you, you shouldn't say it, right? Yeah. And so I agreed, and I actually ended up turning the song into a better song, with better lyrics, which had to do with like bitches who tell you not to sing lyrics that you wrote, which is what.
And then your sister was like, "You can't write a song about me."
My sister thought this song was about Kim.
Oh.
Kim thought the song was about my sister.
So it all worked out.
Neither one suspected that the song was about both of them.
Yeah.
And so it worked out very well. Hopefully Daisy and Kim won't be watching these archives. But it was...
Kim's never going to watch it. People keep stopping her in Whole Foods. Like, I'm never watching that girl's collection.
But in terms of, like, struggles, like, I want both my daughter and my son to know that, like, that what taking care of children is about, and I would want them. So I'm not hiding. So I know that there are things that they don't need to know, and I know there are things that, would hurt them at any given moment in their lives, maybe. But I don't think overall that the message I deliver is one that my children won't be able to receive intelligently. It's like, and I think that I thought that desire to have children, talk about fucking hardwired. That was so hardwired in me. I remember when we were first met, Kim had no desire to have children. None, zero. And me just being like, wow, I really don't understand that, because boy do I want, my daughters. I just wanted, I wanted my two daughters. I love having a son. I would not have been able to live with a plague of sons. Yeah. Like once I had my daughter, I was like, she was first, I was going to be like, phew. And then it didn't really matter. I would have loved two daughters. Yeah. I had so treasured the relationship between me and my sister. Plus, I think daughters are just nicer than sons. But now I feel like I have the ideal, I have my cad and my cad and my wonder or something. And so as long as I have Alice, I can have my cad Oliver. He gets wildly favored though, so
he's got to youngest and the only boy.
Yeah. You're just like there's some sick.
My brother's the youngest and the only boy. He's got 3 sisters, and he does just fine.
Yeah, there's some sick thing between brothers and sons.
Yeah.
I don't even want to know.
I know. I've like never seen my mother act the way that she does towards any of us as she does to my brother.
And again, I never would have predicted it. I had those 3 older brothers, unlike you.
Oh, okay.
But they were geniuses, tall, attractive, fabulous, charismatic people. But I mean, just rotten in terms of like all the shit they would get into, and a total lack of sense of duty towards my parents. But like my mother clearly favored these sons, and Daisy and I, like, who were still taking care of her, who were just like, we were like straight A. Don't mind us over here, like.
Cut that shit out. I told my mom I saw her a couple days ago. I was like, as soon as you're of age, you're going to Shady Pines. I'm finding a place that's called like Shady Acres or Shady Pines. You're going there. My brother's not
my
going.
mother is unfortunately there in one of those places now because she has to be. But she, but it was just like you fool. Your daughters are so clearly better human beings than your sons. And then my brothers all had children before me, and same thing. Their wives were doting on their sons and not as much on their daughters. And I was just like, those bitches. Yeah. And then I have my own son after I have my daughter who I dote on. Yeah. And I was just like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, I totally understand it. I'm going to try not to do it. Yeah. But I totally understand it. I don't think I'm that successful at not doing it. But I am successful in recognizing that my daughter is such a superior human being to anybody I'm related to that, so it doesn't, I can favor Ollie in an obnoxious way no matter how much, because I do recognize that,
like she
Alice is just like, she's just like golden. Yeah.
All right. I mean, usually I kind of just ask if there's anything that you feel like you want to say that didn't say. I do like to get people's opinions about
music,
like why I'm doing the project.
Oh,
which is,
yeah, I think that's
like just the general
right.
lack of representation of, and I'm not talking super famous, but people like you, people like Mary Timony, that I told Nina and Louise, I'm like, I started doing this because I was writing this huge paper, and I couldn't find enough information on any of you to like reference.
Right.
And it pissed me off. So that's ultimately
right.
why I started it. You have like the kind of token people, but as far as the spectrum of women, especially in like rock music.
Oh yeah, no, I'll speak to that.
Yeah,
I'll speak to that. I think that I was always frustrated because, as you can tell, I like to talk. I have a lot.
You're my longest so far.
I have a lot.
I had to tell Kelly.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, this is just a rambling mess, but in fact, I can talk in sound bites quite easily. And so, and I didn't drink, and I didn't do drugs, so I actually had a good memory.
Yeah,
unlike most people.
You're one of the few, including myself.
So, like, I just was more clear-headed throughout. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. I have absolutely no illusions or delusions about my place in music. But I am sort of like, well, but I could speak. I could speak more intelligently about music, my own and others people's, than a lot of other people, and I'm just more thoughtfully and intelligently, because I give it thought and I bring my intelligence to it, and I'm just surprised how rarely girls are asked to do anything. And when they are, it's the same ladies always.
Yeah.
And so, and to me that's nothing, that has nothing to do with those ladies. It has to do everything with...
Yeah, I know, because I never want to, like, tear anyone down, so I'm not saying it, but it's like there's more than just, you know, the 1990s, there's more than Courtney Love. Like,
Right,
there's more than...
right.
I had my Rolling Stone Women of Rock book,
Right.
and there was no one in it that I was interested in. Or there was her, and she was meant to
Represent
everybody. Yeah.
And it's just like, I mean, and every era has its version of that, of Courtney.
Yeah.
But, and whether they're a terrible person or not.
I don't care. Everybody's got something to say.
I mean, for me, for instance,
Yeah.
moving to New York, in my mind, Lydia was absolutely the person to be.
Yeah.
That I wasn't even I wasn't even trying. I was just like, oh
Don't
my
even
God,
go there.
yeah, fuck that. You know, she's a master at being her. You know, and I was there's enough overlap just from being like short and Jewish and verbal, and like wearing black or something.
Yeah.
And I was horrified at the idea that she would think that, you know, I was ripping her off, or that I even presumed that I could rip her off, because she was so original and such a big personality. And I had such a big personality myself to be able to sort of stuff it into her completely.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. But it was superficially enough that there was no reason for her not to be like, I hate you, you rip off. So I was just like, oh.
Well, so you know nothing bad at all. She looks forward to meeting you.
No. So she's just like, I mean, she was so smart.
Yeah.
And she was so talented, and she was so interesting. And she was coming from a place of like she's like an idiot savant or something. Like, you know, I don't know. I mean, clearly she was meant to be a performer.
Yeah.
Clearly she was meant to be a reporter. And clearly she was meant to be a singer. Like, I love her voice. So, but, you know, I feel like she could have stumbled into anything and become Lydia Lunch. And it didn't matter what she did. She was going to be that way. And, so I didn't identify her as a musician. And so that allowed me to identify with her even more.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, oh, she's just a smart, you know, interesting, incredibly talented performer. Like, I wish I could be that smart, interesting, and perform that well. And she's actually a badass.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just play one on stage. and so somebody like that was just like, you know, really interesting to me. You know, when I was starting, everybody always, it was just like, I would have included Lydia in something that I didn't need to know anything more about. Oh my God, that's not true anymore. Like, it's just, and it's not because she's grown irrelevant. It was, it's just that everybody's so lazy.
Yeah,
so
I feel
just
like we
like
don't
even
historicize women as much as
no, not
men
at all.
either.
And so it's just like it stopped. I mean, enough attention being put on her stopped basically as soon as I started paying attention to her, as far as I'm concerned. So like, you know, by the late 80s, 90s, there wasn't enough attention paid to her. You know, or somebody like Bricks from The Fall, who I adored, and just like, again, she's somebody who it's hard to put a finger on what somebody who isn't the main songwriter brings to a band. But it's like The Fall, who are one of my all-time favorite bands. It's like, you can hear that early Fall, which I adore, and then you can hear the mid-era Bricks era Fall, which is my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
And it just like, like I could have never known that Bricks was in it, but that's my favorite. And then there's a shift, and I still like this. I still like plenty of the stuff even that they do today that is post her, but she so clearly had this huge effect on that band.
Yeah.
Even though she was not the primary songwriter, but there was just something, she was absolutely bringing something to the table that completely changed the sound of that band, you know, and, you know, I think that a lot of women, and whether it's women who are playing with other women, where it's more obvious what each one brings to the band, so you could just disregard all of them.
Yeah.
But then also in these setups where there's just one or two women, you know, like My Bloody Valentine, where Kevin Shields is the main, you know, songwriter. But it's like those ladies playing with him.
Yeah.
I mean, that sound is so lush and
Do you
incredible.
like My Bloody Valentine?
I do.
Oh yeah, I love them too.
do.
Isn't the bass player playing Thurston Moore's band now? Or
Yeah, she is.
Yeah,
she
I
is.
was like, I think that's. But again, yeah, I didn't.
I
Really
mean, there's
know.
just all these like 90s. I mean, Elastica.
Yeah.
I fucking loved Elastica.
I know the drugs.
I know the drugs.
I still do. That's the only time I listen to Pandora. I'll listen to like Elastica Pandora.
I mean, they were great.
Yeah.
They were great. I don't care like what they were ripping off, because of course everybody rips anything off. I mean, like, and,
That's
you know,
what I
like,
don't get to. I feel like people are more picky about women musicians.
Oh,
Like
absolutely.
everybody rips everybody off. Like what original idea?
no,
is
I
there
remember
left?
even like playing a song. One of the first songs I would occasionally bring in songs, Pussy Galore, and at one point, like, John was just like, well, that's just like, you know, this Stooges song, except backwards,
It's all
okay?
like Stooges
And I was just like, exactly, I was just like, wait a second, that's like the Stooges songs,
Even
except
Iggy Pop says
backwards,
that, yeah.
except backwards, and I was like, oh my God, you should be kissing my feet that I made it backwards. Why, aren't we just all writing Stooges songs forwards? I'm surprised I don't just come in here with TVI every single day. Like, what do I know?
Yeah.
But it was that I didn't know which, like, he could identify the song and go like, but you reverse those two notes or whatever. And somehow, because if I had said like, well, I'm ripping this off, somehow that would be legitimate.
Yeah.
But if you just do it, that's illegitimate or something. But so all these women like that who I just think, and I suspect are really interesting people. I don't know if they're great interviews, but I know they're interesting people.
Yeah.
And it just seems very easy to sort of forget, you know, why is it only Joni Mitchell? Why isn't it like Carol Bayer or just Patti Smith? But it's just like there were a bunch of ladies writing songs at that point, right? And so in any era, there's this thing of like, we're going to recognize one or two of you and we're going to ignore the rest of you. And even when we start paying attention again to that era, we're going to continue to ignore you because we can't find anything about you. So
I know. I was surprised. Like something like this doesn't exist. I guess my boss made me look around for like Duke and other places that have started collecting, stuff for musicians, or like Riot Girl papers and things. So this is kind of relevant now, and it doesn't exist yet. So I was like, now I can do it.
Right. And I think that, one of the great things about the, Riot Girls, I think it was incredibly smart. And I don't know if it was savvy, like I don't know if I think by the end they were actually savvy to this, which is that they documented their own music scene.
Oh,
right?
yeah. I think,
so,
they must have known.
To the point of, like, yeah, I know, but I mean, I think at first it was just like, we have to be represented in fanzines, but they weren't even thinking long range, so they were just like, we're going to make our own fanzines full of our own bands, right? But at a certain point, I think they actually got savvy as to, like, we are writing
Yeah.
our own history here or something.
And now it's like a lot of those women are academics now. A lot of them have come to speak at Smith and have written books, or like we have a zine collection. So one of those girls saved all of that stuff,
Right.
I guess knowing that it
Right.
that it was of value or would be of value.
And I don't think all of those girls are of value.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, that's what I mean too.
Yeah.
I hate talking about women in music because I never want
right.
guys to think that I'm saying a lot of girl musicians suck. You know what I mean?
Right. Or
but a lot of musicians in general
the journalists,
suck.
like if you're talking about there were the riot girls who were making music, and there were girls who were making music and fanzines, and then there were just the fanzine girls. And some of those fanzines are amazing, and some of those fanzines
some are bad.
Suck.
And some of those girls were in really bad bands.
Right.
Just like now.
Right. And it's just like, I mean, the vast majority of all bands, male or female, are bad or terrible or suck. I hate them. I have no interest in them. Yeah. So I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Yeah.
So
I just think there are more guys.
Yeah. So it sort of stings more when you hate on a girl, because there aren't as there are fewer targets.
Yeah.
But in general, I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Mm.
I think that if women could do anything to change their lot, the thing they should do is listen to more music. And I think that I really regret being such a limited person in terms of just my musical interests and knowledge. I don't. It's not like I can claim to have any kind of encyclopedia of knowledge, but boy, have just since 2005, have I learned so much more about music, and I feel like so very confident to talk about lots of different subjects of music. But I scrupulously it was partly punk rock to be anti-academic, I'm not bothering to listen to anybody else, know. But that seems really stupid in retrospect, and it's just like how so much of it was either unemotion, not connected to emotion, or only connected, just connect to your negative emotion, and now that's just like, why would you do what a ill-conceived idea that is to build anything around. But I mean, I was totally that was me, that was part of me, but I could sort of change things. And I still think that even women who pick up guitars don't listen to enough music. Yeah. And that's sort of like what I would do differently if I was a girl. I wouldn't have picked up a guitar any earlier. It was of no interest to me. I wouldn't have learned how to play an instrument because I'm actually physically incapable of it. There's so many things that I might do the same, but I would have done that differently. And I just don't think that. I think boys, one of the reasons to interview men is that men can set things into sort of historical perspective in a way that I haven't done in this interview, and which I should have, because they just naturally are talking about all these things that have influenced them. And again, it's just maybe something that maybe it's just my brain isn't wired to work that way, but it's I think there are some exceptions. I think Mary Timony is an example of somebody who had a brother who listened to a lot of music, and she listened to a lot of music, and Toby Vale can talk about, I mean, those Vale sisters can talk about a million bands. Do they know music. They had really young parents who were really cool and who were introducing them to tons of music from an early age, and so I think they just they have a really not just depth, but also breadth to their musical knowledge. But I don't think there are that many people who do. And I think that if women change that the female critics would be more interesting in their writing if they also listened to more, and those fanzines would be more interesting, and then these women talking about being musicians would be more interesting, and then more people would be more interested. I mean, it's a really hard, difficult math. But that's sort of what I think.
All right, I like that.
Okay.
That was a good ending. And I feel like you're going to have to say goodbye to the cable guy soon.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Julie.
Oh, Tanya, sorry.